It's friends reunited here at Alexandra Palace. Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui meeting in the Masters for a 6th time. Ronnie O'Sullivan at the moment in full control of the match. 2 frames from a place in the quarter-finals, 4 frames to 0. Ding Junhui, he won't be whitewashed, and who knows, that could be the start of the comeback. He's still on blacks, and you've got to say, they are sitting nice here.
As good a chance as you'll see.
There's the century, but they're all willing him on for more. 3 balls to go for a moment of history.
What a moment this is.
Ding Junhui needs the black. It will be his 2nd maximum break in the Masters. What a break! The crowd on their feet. So Ding made the maximum, but O'Sullivan's made his move to the line. What an afternoon of snooker, but in the end, it's the world #1 who progresses 6-3.
These 2 players are more than capable of putting on the show themselves. First blood then to the 3 times champion of the world. Back-to-back century clearances. The captain is flying. Very impressive from Ali Carter. It's 4-3. And the fly might be about to have liftoff.
Gonna get it now.
86 break from Mark Williams. Still nothing to choose between this pair. The captain pulls rank on one of the all-time greats of snooker, Mark Williams. He's through to his 4th Masters quarter-final, 6-4.
4 places now being booked in the quarterfinals. 4 are still up for grabs. 2 will be confirmed today, and what a way to do it. Judd Trump and Kyren Wilson, the old foes, and then it's the sleeping giants of 2024 so far, Neal Robertson and Barry Hawkins. And as for us in Ali Pali and indeed Palm Court, what a venue this is. We're never going to get bored of walking into this iconic place. Delighted as ever to be joined by Jimmy White and Alan McManus. And Alan, I'll come to yourself first. Ronnie O'Sullivan, Ding Junhui yesterday, what a brilliant match that was.
Well, it had almost everything. We didn't get a decider, but we got a vintage O'Sullivan performance, especially towards the end of the match. We also must talk and mention the maximum break by Ding, only the 4th ever in the 49-year history of the Masters. It was a special moment, worth having a look back, Jim, because towards the end of it we were all getting tense.
Yeah, you know, he went from it as soon as he got to 40. He's very lucky to end up on the plant. Once that ball goes in, you know, in a practice situation, make no mistake, he's going to make it. Me and Alan particularly liked this shot because he come high on the red. It was perfect stuff. This was the only probably difficult shot, Alan, was this and then the yellow.
Yeah, I actually like the way he committed to that black, because he knows he's got to get the cue ball wide right half of the table, but this is a nasty one. Across the nap, diagonal, cue ball can spin off line, no problem there. In it went, and you knew the black was a sitter, and you could see the delight and the sort of relief in his face. He almost had a maximum against Ronnie 5 years ago here. Thankfully, he got the job done yesterday. Just a shame he didn't win the match, but as I say, it had a bit of everything. It was awesome.
It's nice to see Ding back playing well. You know, he has been struggling, got to the final of the UK, and at one stage yesterday we didn't think he was going to turn up, so he got back into the match, and the 147 proves that he's back.
Just a little bit of historical context, by the way, that's the 4th ever 147 at the Masters, and Ding has 2 of them. But in terms of moving on to the other match, Ali Carter, Mark Williams. Ali Carter, his confidence is back.
All business, all class, brilliant performance of the week, no doubt. When you play against Mark Williams, to take the match away from the great man, the way that he did in the middle of it with a couple of tons just to stamp his authority, and he finished it with class as well. Potted a nice red, got top side of the blue, spun into the bunch, opened them up like a bunch of flowers and did the rest from there. He was awesome, was Carter.
Cherry tree.
And it was a match that could have gone either way, it has to be said. But let's remind ourselves of how the route to the final of the Masters 2024 is currently shaping up. And it has to be said, it is shaping up nicely. The winner of this afternoon will face Ali Carter in the quarter-final, and that's the one from this afternoon of Kyren Wilson and Judd Trump. The next quarter-final will be determined by both of tomorrow's matches. 3 former Masters winners go in that one. In the bottom half of the draw, the 7 times champion, who also, by the way, played extremely well yesterday, Ronnie O'Sullivan, faces the winner of tonight's battle between the Hawk and Robbo. And finally, the quarter-final that we do know, it's the Magician versus the Jackpot. What a route to the final it is. And Jimmy, it is simmering nicely.
Yeah, everybody's prepared. You've got the best players in the world on form to get in the top scene, to get in the Masters. They all want to win the Masters. After the first round, we'll have a little bit more knowledge and form of how all the guys are playing. We've seen O'Sullivan awesome. Ali Carter was awesome. And also Sean Murphy. So we got some good stuff ahead.
So good stuff ahead, good stuff tonight, Alan, in form of Robbo versus the Hawk. An intriguing matchup. You've got the Hawk, who's a guy who actually possibly may not have made it into the top 16 and may not have made it here. And then we have Robbo that you'd expect to be here, but hasn't quite got the season we're used to seeing.
No, I don't know the bookmakers' odds, but in a lot of people's minds, Barry Hawkins is going to be quite a warm favourite tonight. We can actually put him to one side because we know what we're going to get from Hawkins. He's going to be as solid as ever. Neil Robertson, the class never leaves you, but form does, and he has none to speak of this season. He's down to 80-something on this season alone. That is not good enough for a man of his skill. Listen, I would say in that he will come back at some stage. He'll be back in winning tournaments. It's just we don't know when it's going to happen. Let's hope for his sake it's going to be this week.
But what we do know is the match taking place this afternoon features Judd Trump, a man who at one stage this season was 22 matches undefeated. He also won 3 back-to-back ranking titles.
It's a special talent.
Judd Trump, there's no doubt he's a great player, and once again today he's proved he's a great competitor and a great champion, and you can see that is such a satisfying victory. He's the English Open champion.
Just can't stop it, man. It's that good.
What a season for Judd Trump. English Open champion 7 days ago. He made the trip to China and he has won the inaugural Wuhan Open in a dramatic battle with Ali Carter. Judd Trump is the hat-trick hero. Redwood, Wuhan, Belfast. 3 ranking titles in a row. What an extraordinary achievement by an incredible player.
So focused on what he has to do.
Welcome back to Ali Pally. This evening, the 2 current sleeping giants of 2024. Could one of those 2 men go on to upset the bookies tonight and possibly go on deep into the tournament and lift the title? As for this afternoon, could Kyren Wilson lift the first Triple Crown for him? Or could it be Judd Trump, who would become only the 5th man to defend a Masters snooker title? What a final it was a year ago against Mark Williams. It lived up to billing in every sense. Let's take a look back at those 2 wonderful sessions.
An electric atmosphere, which is very much a trademark of this great tournament. Quite brilliant. A 138 total clearance off the break-off. A blistering start from Williams. Judd Trump joins the Masters party early, and we're level at 1 frame all.
Oh, he's missed the yellow.
With his 30th Masters century, he set out the first frame to a brilliant total clearance from Mark Williams, but since then, it's Judd Trump who has held sway in the early stages. A very timely intervention from Mark Williams, who he stopped the rot and closed the gap to 4-2. Mark Williams is on the comeback trail, 4-1 down. He was struggling a bit, but he's won back-to-back frames to close the gap to just 1, with 1 to play in this session. Judd Trump leading 4 frames to 3. Judd Trump ends the session on a high with a break of 89 to take a 2-frame advantage into the final session of the Masters.
Well, if you're a snooker player, these are the nights you're remembered for, and if you're a snooker fan, these are the nights you never forget. Williams looking sharp so far this evening. He's won the little mini session 3-1, and the final he's too close to call. Judd Trump 6, Mark Williams 6. Mark Williams hits the front in the Masters final. He's 3 away from his 3rd title. He leads Judd Trump 7-6. It's been a war of attrition. 58 minutes. Trump late on took control. Hard-fought stuff. It leaves the final level once again. Who knows what's going to happen next? Judd Trump and Mark Williams all smiles at 7 each. Mark Williams with his 3rd century of the final. A clearance of 107. Thumbs up from his son, because Dad's back in front. 2 away from the title, leading 8-7. But Judd Trump is sticking in there. He's won this frame and he's levelled the final once again. and 8 frames all. What an effort he's made. He's back in front and he needs one more to become a double Masters champion. What a finish. The first chance he got in the last frame, he took it out with a wonderful 1-2-6. A thrilling Masters final for the second time. Judd Trump wears the crown at the Palace. He beats Mark Williams by 10 frames to 8 to collect his second Masters title.
It was a brilliant final. Just a word for Kyren, by the way, who you saw Mark Williams' son giving the thumbs up. He's now a very accomplished snooker player in his own right. Give it 10 years, he'll possibly be right up there with his dad. But that entire tournament for Judd Trump, he didn't even actually show some of his best stuff throughout it. It was remarkable.
Different player. His game has developed in so many different ways in recent years. 5 years ago, we had the fireworks here where he dismantled Ronnie in the final. He doesn't play to as high a standard as he did 5 years ago. But the other side of that, strangely, is he's a better snooker player. He's a better all-round snooker player. He understands when the going's not so good, I can back off and I can tailor my game to suit the opponent. He's able to do that, and he's able to find his way through winning through tight matches like never before. It's easy when the going's good for someone like Judd Trump because he's one of the most gifted players we've ever seen. It's when the going's not so good. Can your B, C, D game, can that get the job done? Yes, it can.
And what's frightening for everyone else is currently the going is very good for Judd Trump, and he has that B, C, D game, which Alan's talked about there. But Judd Trump earlier on this week caught up with our Rachel.
Judd, are you itching to get back out there? Great to come to the tournament as the defending champion.
Yeah, it's amazing to be back here. One of the only tournaments I say that I really look forward to coming to, and I think just being back in London is very special. After what happened last year in a couple of the early rounds, it looked like I was going out early. It was just nice to get through them rounds, and the confidence kind of grew as the tournament went on. But it's so nice to be back here, and especially as defending champion.
And that final against Mark Williams, I mean, it was a real battle. I'd say you're very proud of that performance.
I think we've had some great games over the past few years. It's been sort of very nip and tuck. Could have gone either way, but I've managed just to sort of dig in and get over the line, something that probably wasn't able to do in the start of my career. And over the past 4 or 5 years, I've been able to develop that mindset of kind of just switching on at the right time. Yeah, I feel confident against anyone that I'm able to match what they can do, and if not better it. I always sort of fancy my break building is better than anyone, so I always try and play that game. But if someone wants to play safe, then I've got no worries sort of backing myself to play that game as well.
You play Kyren Wilson in your first round match. You and Kyren, back through the years, everyone's been talking about this rivalry and stuff. I mean, that's kind of gone now, obviously, isn't it? You've excelled in what you've done down through the years, and I'm sure Kyren would desperately love to be in your position now.
Yeah, I think obviously there was a lot made of it maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and that's maybe even what inspired me to have maybe the 4 or 5 years I've had. And in sport, you need rivalries to kind of push yourself to that next level, and this is one of them where you're at a similar age and you're battling for the same thing. I think there's not kind of the same rivalry as there was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I think we're maybe a lot more friendly now, but we still want to go out there and win at the end of the day.
How friendly?
Not friendly enough to want to lose to him.
We wish you the very best of luck, and what a great moment it will be.
Thank you, cheers.
Judd Trump, all smiles, and not surprisingly, Jim, because his season has just been absolutely sublime.
He's been phenomenal. Coming into this Masters last year, no form whatsoever. He nearly went out the first couple of rounds. But with a naturally gifted player that Judd Trump is, it's all about confidence. He's got an unusual technique, but when he's timing, he can be unplayable. Coming into this Masters this year, he's won 3 ranking tournaments on the spin. The one he won at Brentwood from 7-2 down, to end up winning that competition. He's coming here a totally different player altogether, full of confidence. For me, he's got to be the favourite to win. OK, O'Sullivan was phenomenal yesterday, and there's a lot of good players still in the tournament, but Trump, I think, is going to fly this week because everything is right for him. His game, his confidence. He's got a real tough match with Kyren Wilson. They're close on heads-to-head, but I think Trump is the favourite for the tournament.
Oh, there seems to be something about this format, this tournament and this venue for Trump, because if we ignore the COVID year, in his last 4 appearances, 2 he's won, the other one was a semi-final. He just wins here.
Yeah, he absolutely loves it. He loves the crowd, he loves to show off, and you have to be a show-off at heart the way O'Sullivan is and a couple of other people. He's no different, and that's what you want to be. He's got the building blocks of everything behind the scenes in the right way. His brother goes round with him, his brother kicks his backside and says, hike up your britches, get on the practice table, boy, and do your thing. I loved it when he came into the studio at the end of that English Open final where he beat Zhang Anda, and I kind of asked him about, are you hopping on a plane tomorrow to get out to China for the tour that he eventually won? He said, well, yeah, I'll probably go. Big brother, or sorry, little brother, would be like, yeah, we're going because we've got business to take care of.
Yeah.
All the building blocks are there for him to do what he does best out there, and that's why he's able to do it.
And also, he hates wearing ties. Now, that's gone now. So he got the bow tie. He's always complained about that. So, you know, he really didn't like that at all.
Now, Jack might be the little brother, but he is 6'6", by the way, so he's big in every sense of the word.
That's why I was...
Exactly that, right. Now, in terms of the Masters and... what he'd love is Triple Crowns, Jim.
Yeah.
Because his ranking titles are off the charts. But Triple Crowns, by his high standards, is possibly the only chink in his CV. So he's 9th all-time, which in itself is just amazing. He's got 4. He could win so many more. So winning at places like Ali Pali, it's a big deal to him.
Absolutely, but he's young enough. He says he doesn't care about that record, but obviously deep down he does. And he will win these Triple Crown events because he's too good a player. You know, unfortunately for him, he's had the likes of Mark Selby, you know, Ronnie O'Sullivan in this era, so that's why that's not there. But he's younger than them, and he's playing in great form. He'll definitely get loads more Triple Crowns.
Well, somebody who'd love 1 Triple Crown is his opponent, his old foe, Kyren Wilson. And earlier on, he spoke to Rachel.
Well, up against the defending champion, Judd Trump, is Kyren Wilson. Kyren, how much are you looking forward to? A big challenge, obviously, going out there playing a defending champion and, of course, one of the players of the season in Judd Trump. But you always fancy a crack at Judd, don't you?
Yeah, I think sort of, you know, every game in this Masters, as much as it is a cliche and we hear it all the time, has the sort of right to be a final. So you don't come into this thinking you're going to have an easy game, and obviously it doesn't get much tougher than the defending champion. So, you know, I know I'm going to have to play well. The
Masters is an incredible event, and you've been runner-up in the past, and you're going to have your boys here as well, which is going to be very nice. And Bailey is a big Judd Trump fan. Is he going to be supporting Judd Trump?
Oh, I don't know. You know, he just loves his snooker. They both do. Bailey a little more so than Finlay. You know, he just wants to be a professional snooker player when he's older. You know, he dreams about being a world champion at the age of 6, and he's got all the potential in the world. So for me, to bring my son at that age to come and experience venues like this and see it all behind the scenes and watch all the best players in the world, you know, it's priceless, really. So hopefully for his future, it holds him in good stead.
Do you feel you can go all the way this week?
Yeah, without doubt, I always do. Love this event. It's, you know, sort of real gladiatorial. 2,000 fans, you know, mega adrenaline rush, and one that I always enjoy.
Yeah. It's epic, isn't it? Best in the business, of course, here on the main stage, and we wish you the best of luck against the defending champion.
Thank you, Rachel. Cheers.
Kyren Wilson and Judd Trump, very much their own generation, turned pro around the same time, very similar in ages, very similar in terms of their head-to-head. Very surprisingly to many people, only 1 match separating them. Judd Trump the better, but by just 1, as I said, 19 times they've played each other. And Jimmy, we mentioned the narrative of Judd Trump. It's the opposite in terms of Kyren Wilson. This season hasn't been his best.
No, he seems to have gone missing. I don't know what it is, what's gone on, but he's not gone deep in any tournaments whatsoever. And I'm sure he practices hard. He works also with his brother. And I think that, you know, they treat it like a job. They make sure they put in the hours. I think he just needs, you know, if he was to beat Judd Trump today, that might start off his season. But so far, for me, he's gone missing.
And in terms of the Masters itself, again, unlike Trump, historically, Kyren hasn't done that well here. Only once in 8 appearances has he gone to a semi-final.
Yeah, it's almost like he's a little bit inhibited when he plays here. I don't quite know why. Maybe he's a bit self-conscious about something. I don't mean the way he looks. I mean the way he plays. I watched him on the practice table in Edinburgh a few weeks ago, and he was pulverising the cue ball from baulk. I'm talking the long straight blues or off straight long reds. pulverising it. So he's got a mystery to figure out. He must sit back and think, why am I hitting the ball so good in the practice? Because I promise you, it was incredible, the standard. He must sit back and think, how can I not be getting the results that my play, that everyone that's there to see, my form in the practice table, all that stuff, deserves? So that's a mystery for him. He's got to go away, find out what it is, and try and develop that BCD game that Judd's able to master. Can he do that? Because his best game is going to win one of these things. But it's finding out a way to get it, his best game out there.
You only get 3 opportunities as well every season to do it, and every man wants it. But can Kyren convert that practice form that Alan's talking about onto the match table, especially in the cauldron of pressure and sound that is the Ali Pali? The crowd are applauding, so let's hand to our MC, Rob, the Talker Walker.
Please welcome a 5-time ranking event winner, back for an 8th Masters campaign, 6 years after his run to the final. Finlay and Bailey are suited and booted because they know Daddy is ready. Here comes the warrior, Kyren Wilson. His opponent, a player who loves the big stage and the big occasion. 3 titles already this season, the most decorated left-hander in history, and of course, the reigning Masters champion, ace in the pack, Judd Trump.
2 men who'd love a great performance at the Masters for 2 very different reasons. How will both men fare? Let's find out as we hand to our commentary team for the first time today of Neal Foulds and Phil Studd.
Oh, that's Judd. Thanks, Cole.
Day 3 at the Masters, and the entry of the defending champion and the player of the season, Judd Trump, who has burst back to life in this campaign, standing in his way. Kyren Wilson, the warrior, the 2018 Masters finalist, the Paul Hunter Trophy at stake this weekend, and it's Trump to get us underway. And undoubtedly it was this tournament that was the highlight of Judd Trump's season last time out, when in the ranking events he was largely disappointing by his stellar standards. That has changed spectacularly this season, of course, with no fewer than 3 consecutive ranking titles and 22 consecutive victories. But for Kyren Wilson, well, his form hasn't quite been as he would have liked. Certainly the results haven't been anyway. Just 1 ranking quarterfinal coming into this tournament. So eager to put that right in his bid for a first Triple Crown title. And as mentioned in the studio, Neal, they have a very tight rivalry.
They do, yeah. I think there's a mutual respect now, but they've grown up in the same sort of environment through amateur and junior levels, and they know each other well enough. And, I mean, I think you're right. Clearly, we know the form Judd was in 12 months ago and winning, and then he had that dip. But this season, he's been irresistible, actually, for the most part. But as far as his opponent, Kyren Wilson, is concerned, look, he's a top player. And it's a long season, so at some point, you know, the likelihood is he'll hit a bit of form. In the meantime, we just got issues with putting the ball back and an insect on the table. It's a typical afternoon at the Ali Pali, isn't it, with all that going on?
I think it just needs to shift to the left as we look.
Tiny bit towards me now.
No, it's actually the right, the still frame.
3/4 ball that way.
Cue ball you can see is that one in silhouette, so
right,
yeah,
okay.
that looks bang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is their 20th meeting, and Trump only edges the head-to-head 10-9, and they're no stranger to big occasion matches either. This is their 4th Masters meeting alone. Trump has won 2 of the 3, but they've also played in the World Championship. 3 times in the Champion of Champions. And Trump also won a UK Championship quarter-final, so yet another big-time meeting between this pair.
Yes, there was a spell in 2020 when they appeared to be playing in almost every tournament. They're always paired up against each other. And as you point out quite rightly, you know, it's not been particularly favourable head-to-head. For either of those. Anyway, it's a nice opening red. If he can get his long game together over the course of these 9 days, Judd Trump, you know, that is such a great, potent force he's got in the game. You know, his ability to get in, and you know, he's a very awkward player to just keep away from the table for long periods. He has found ways of winning when the long game's not quite there, which kind of shows you he's able to play around it, but his real powerhouse weapon is just the way that he keeps on getting in at range.
And you could see the excitement in talking to Rachel ahead of this match today about being back here, being here as defending champion. This is the tournament that really gets the competitive juices flowing in Trump, but
Judd Trump 6.
That red goes astray. Their most recent meeting was here at the Masters. That was an emphatic win for Trump in the quarterfinals in 2022, 6-1. They've also contested 3 finals, the first of which Wilson won for his maiden ranking title in Shanghai.
That'll do him. Obviously, potting black is coming right through bulk, and he hopes back into a position to take a red on. Jubel's travelling a long way here. And the avoidance of hitting a red on the way through, that's a beautiful shot. It's, can't think it could have been controlled any better than that.
Nine.
It's a measure of Wilson's struggles in the ranking events
16.
this season that he's not actually in the upcoming World Grand Prix in Leicester starting on Monday, just outside the top 32 on the one-year list.
17.
Just that one quarter-final at the European Masters, the title he won last season. Suffered that extraordinary loss at the UK Championship before Christmas when he was 5-1 up against Jamie Clark and lost 6-5. So he's had some frustrations
24.
this season, but as we know, incredibly determined character, very hard worker, and he backs himself.
Thank you. 25.
He's been a world finalist as well as a Masters finalist, of course, losing to O'Sullivan in 2020 at the Crucible. And he does have a very good record against the defending champion, so it's all set up to be a really cracking match this afternoon.
32.
Once again, they've just got to get this cue ball correctly onto a ball. There's plenty of options in the way of reds, but he doesn't want to screw onto even near a side cushion. Down the centre, that's fine. It's very important he gets this confident start. I mean, I didn't really think there was a lot of pressure on the shot that Judd missed, because he was never playing on anything that was going to keep him at the sort of black end of the table. He was just retreating up to play the green next. I expected him to get the red that he missed.
$36.
Made a few alterations to his cue action over the years.
43.
Even that last shot, he had quite a long bridge by any standards, and at one point he shortened it up almost to the point where it didn't look all that comfortable, actually. So he clearly has gone back to his old ways of sort of further back with his bridge hand from the cue ball than it previously was. These are all minor points, but for a snooker player, it feels like a big change when you're making them.
51.
I wasn't entirely sure about that one, and neither was Kyren. Stayed down on it because it was heading towards the top jaw. And here, it would have been 50-50, I think. But in it fell.
Give me a second.
Kyren's wife and, of course, his children here watching him as well, both snooker fans.
$59. $60.
Well, that was very much short of pace. I mean, he obviously played the other side of the blue, and his lead is significant, but not enough to take him over the line yet. So that last shot was very short of pace for position. But that's a good recovery, and this is what he's known for. His cue ball has been spoken about enough, not as immaculate as, you know, your Sullivans or your Ding Junhuis. Not many players are, actually. So it's not his fault that that's the case. Wow.
Kyren Wilson, 65.
No, that's I mean, he was walking around. I was thinking it wasn't in as well, and that's a quite glaring error to make.
Extraordinary. On the cusp of clinching the frame, he seemed to have done all of the hard work. Still 67 on the table.
1.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think this was in, and he was walking around. He just thought it was going to drop, but I don't think he was hard done by. I mean, it just wasn't in, ever. We saw a turnaround in the O'Sullivan-Ding Junhui match yesterday, with Ronnie looking to be cruising, about to go 5-0, miles in front, and he missed as easy a frame ball I think I've ever seen him miss. And he was kind of doing the same, walking around for the next shot. He lost the frame, then we got the maximum. The next thing is 4-3. And he's only frame 1, but I'll go as far as to say that the red that Ronnie missed was even easier than the one that Kyren just missed.
16.
This will certainly sting if Trump can clear up from here. He was going nicely there, Kyren Wilson. He played a lovely cannon into the reds to give himself the chance to make a frame-winning break. He was only a couple of balls from making it happen. Now he's got to sit and stew.
Yeah, I mean, what does he do? Does he play up on the blue, or does he just try and get into the pink and disturb the 2 reds? Yeah, that's what he has tried. But in doing so, he certainly compromised position. And of course, he has to take a colour, or else he won't be able to win. So, well, we know he's a brilliant potter. The next colour and position on the red are going to be something to think about.
46 the difference, 43 left, so Trump will need a snooker. He doesn't pot a colour here.
Seems to me the problem he has is that even if he pots the blue, I don't think he's sure of being on a red. So the blue has to drop. And he would want, now he's got this far, to, you know, not have to win it in a subsequent follow-up to this break. If he plays the pink, he looks almost impossible to land on a red, actually. I think the pink's more difficult to pot than the blue.
Pink ball.
Now he can pull out some amazing shots. This could have to be one of those, I think.
Well, that's a big relief for Kyren Wilson for sure, because if Trump had cleared up there, it would have been an early setback, quite a significant one for Wilson. As it is, Trump now needs a snooker.
Get the feeling that easily afterwards, isn't it? But surely the blue was an easier, better option, because getting a position was hard on both colours anyway. But it's hard to criticise Judd Trump's shot selection when you know that he can do things that other players can't. It's only one snooker. Judd might feel like he has missed the boat, though, in this frame of just snatching it. Someone who played this game, I have to say, you always feel more comfortable trying to get a snooker with just the one red left, if you can. Just the lone red to hit. And here he's got to try and play a snooker with 2 reds. And he has played a good shot. Doesn't really want to try and hit the red by the blue, because he could hit blue first. So it's a good effort there. And with the other red near the cushion, the target is not huge. Oh, this is a mile away, isn't it, from anything?
Wow, Judd Trump 4.
So the frame is live again. Pretty eventful opening frame. Judd Trump missing what for him was a fairly straightforward red early on. Kyren Wilson getting in, missing what was practically frame ball. Then Trump missed the pink, which left him needing a snooker. He's got that snooker.
Strange one, isn't it? Because, of course, he can't have the balls replaced. And he doesn't really have a shot here. And he wouldn't want to let Kyren into play again from there. Now, all of a sudden, he's left a pot. So that was an odd position where he couldn't really do much with that. Well, the pot was certainly on, but he chose not to try the thin cut to right middle. And of course, the problem Judd's got, it's quite a big problem, is that if he pots this red, how on earth? I mean, even him, Judd Trump, the great shot maker, it's, I would say, impossible to get on the black from here. That's the reason he's not taking the pot on. And he needs 2 reds, 2 blacks.
Joe Cole, former West Ham and England player, and Peter Crouch as well. And they'll be in the studio with Radzi and co at the mid-session interval, offering their words of wisdom on the action on the green bays.
I know the old ones are the best, but when you see someone very tall, a snooker exhibition, you also bet you don't need the rest very much. And I would suspect Peter Crouch, if he ever played snooker, has hardly ever used it. The size of him.
He was very good in the air. It's one of those frames where the longer it goes on, the more concerned Wilson will be. He's already had it won once. Had a possible opportunity to win it a second time just now. Spurned the thin cut on the red, which would have left Trump needing a couple of snookers. As it is, the frame is live, albeit that, as Neal has mentioned, Trump has no wiggle room here in terms of needing blacks with the remaining reds.
I tell you what, though, that was not a good shot from Kyren, because all of a sudden, Judd pushes the red down in the area of the black, which of course he's going to need, as we've said. Takes the cue ball across, trying to get cover by yellow and brown. And then the frame could be opened up. That last shot of Kyren's was a nothing shot. This is played well. It could be advantage Trump. It's not quite that, but
thank you.
It's still a live frame, this.
42 in it, 43 on. This is the red that Wilson missed when the frame was at his mercy. Strange one, really.
Well, it's an absolute dolly, isn't it? Let's be honest. By this standard, he'd be disappointed if you're in the local league missing one of those. So when these great players miss, we're all shocked.
Goodness me. Well, you couldn't make it up, could you? There goes frame ball again.
Kyren Wilson won.
And that brings the end to an extremely eventful opening frame. And it's gone eventually the way of the 2018 Masters finalist, Kyren Wilson, 1-0 up. We're underway on the third afternoon of the Masters for 2024. The defending champion Judd Trump looking to become just the 7th player in the history of this great event to win it on 3 occasions, having beaten Mark Williams in the title match 12 months ago. But 1-0 down to Kyren Wilson, who benefited from fluking frame ball red at the end of that eventful first frame, having previously missed a sitter on the cusp of clinching it, and then seeing Trump miss a colour, which left him needing a snooker. Trump got that snooker, but Wilson had the last word. So 1-0, 6 of course is the target. The winner to play, Ali Carter, after his outstanding victory last night over Mark Williams by 6 frames to 4 in the quarterfinals. Frame 2. Well, that's certainly a different break-off. He's caught the blue. No damage done.
Yeah, I think I saw Ronnie do that a couple of times. I mean, there's always that gap through there. I mean, it's something you do as when you're first playing, just to try it out. I'm not sure it's ever going to catch on myself.
Neither will that one. Early chance for Trump in the second frame.
One. Seven.
Well, he's got, I was going to say both pink and black are tied up, and from that, I mean, I don't know if that pink goes, but it's, I mean, it would be as devilishly tight if it did squeeze past the bunch. So he has to get the balls open a little bit. Well, let's have a look, because it looks really tight. I reckon it goes, but I don't think it's full pocket, left side of the pocket. I mean, of course, the trouble is if you do hit it the wrong side and the pack get in the way, you just open all the reds up. And normally I'm the first to say something goes easily. This is really tight, actually. I'd say yes, but tight.
Judd Trumpet.
You get such a wonderful view from behind the pocket. I don't know if the camera helps, more so than the players see, but you know, often players are unsure. It was a fiendishly close one.
Doesn't look as though that red goes either for Wilson. Well, it's certainly tight. Anyway, maybe it does go.
I think this one goes all right.
One.
So back in. Not an entirely convincing opening frame from Wilson, but he won it. This is the pink that Trump missed. You could tell he wasn't convinced, and he was right to be uncertain about it.
Seven.
Everything looks a bit tight and tucked in around the black spot here. He's not happy. I don't think he can pot a red even. So, yeah, it's a strange old start. I mean, the break was odd.
Kyren Wilson,
that Kyren gave us. And then a couple of shots and a misjudgment from both players. Early days yet, of course. Beautiful pot. Again, the bunch need to be opened up. One cushion via the yellow.
Three.
He didn't quite get into them with the same pace on the cue ball as I expected, but he's not so bad. Leaving himself this angle, he seems to be shifting away the reds, which would be covering up the black spot here.
$11. Come on, Ben, do me the favour again.
Oh dear. Because we had the incident, didn't we, a couple of years ago. Ben Williams was stung by a wasp or a hornet or something from the roofs. Something that you don't want to get stung by anyway.
Yeah, well, he actually grabbed the wasp,
Well,
and sure enough, it stung him. Who knew? But it is a bit of a theme in this tournament. It's such a vast venue. Plenty of wildlife get in, as well as the paying spectators.
Yeah, sure. $18. Thank you. 90.
That's a beautiful shot. We know he's a good rest player, but positionally, he couldn't have played that any better with the rest. I mean, he loved the red off the black spot by playing on it next.
$26. $27.
Playing with topspin here through those four reds to shift them into play. Well, has it gone any good? No, I don't. Is he on the red? If he is, he might be all right, but he already gave the impression that he wasn't.
33.
Well, a little trace of left-hand side might make the pot gettable, but he hasn't quite played with authority those shots where he's opening the balls up. Same as the yellow earlier in the frame. There's a trace of side on this, or more than a trace, to make it potable. He's on the ping. That's pretty well played.
Always the danger with a shot like that you could put too much side on and even miss the pot, but could not have played that any better. So just signs that Kyren Wilson is settling into this match. Made a couple of errors in the first frame which might have proved costly, but
40.
got away with it, and now closing in on a 2-0 lead.
41.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed if he didn't take the frame from here where the balls are. Goodness, what an opportunity that he's given himself.
$47. 48.
So just a further red, and he'd like to add to it to avoid anything like the last
54.
frame where Trump got the snooker he required, although he did fail to win the frame.
$55.
One thing the head-to-head demonstrates is that Kyren Wilson is certainly not intimidated by Trump. It's a rivalry that does date back to the junior years. At times it's not always been entirely
61.
cordial. That's not the case anymore, but they've had some terrific tussles, and Kyren has won his share of them.
62.
Just one behind in that head-to-head. This is their 20th meeting. He trails 10-9, but he's beaten Trump on the big stage, including here at the Masters and at the World Championship, on his way to the final at the Crucible in 2020. So
68.
prospect of playing the best in the world right now, on form, holds no fear. In fact, he'll see it as an opportunity to really get his
69.
season going after a rather frustrating first half of the campaign. And he's very hungry for success, Kyren Wilson. He'll leave no stone unturned. Tremendous work ethic.
76.
Partnership with his brother Taylor, who's been travelling with him for a number of seasons now. He's overcut that red, but it doesn't matter. The break of 76 to go with the 65 in the opening frame, and Kyren Wilson has made the ideal start here at Alexandra Palace. Judd Trump under a bit of pressure, trailing 2-0. A great start for the 2018 Masters finalist Kyren Wilson. 2-0 up on Judd Trump, and just a reminder of our no filter special, which goes behind the scenes of Ronnie O'Sullivan's tremendous tussle with Ding Junhui yesterday. That comes at the end of this match. An in-depth look at the build-up to that match, the match itself, and of course it was an absolute cracker, with O'Sullivan winning in the end by 6 frames to 3, but Ding making his second Masters maximum, only the 4th in the history of this tournament. And this evening, of course, it's the return to the table of Neal Robertson. It's going to be fascinating to see how he goes against the European Masters champion this season, Barry Hawkins. Robertson has had a very poor season by his stellar standards. Nowhere in regards to the one-year ranking list. It looking likely at the moment that he's going to have to qualify for the World Championship, which would have been unthinkable at the start of the season, but he's been back home to Melbourne. He says he's rejuvenated, recharged, reset, ready to go. But he's got a tough task this evening in the shape of the Hawk. That's coming up from 6:45 UK time before they get underway just after 7 o'clock.
Yeah, we're still waiting, aren't we, for Kyren to come back. I think the Neal Robertson business is interesting. People will say, hang on, how can he be having to qualify for the Crucible? He's 6th in the world, he's 6th seed here, but so many points coming off that he can't get back. Of course, the guys will be speaking about that in greater depth when he plays tonight.
Thank you. Settle down now, please. 3rd frame. Judd Trump to break.
The defending champ with work to do. Judd Trump sat out the 2nd frame. Had the chance to turn the first around. It didn't work out for him. And 2-0 behind to Kyren Wilson in this race to 6 for the right to play Ali Carter in the quarterfinals. Another terrific pot from distance from Kyren.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it? He really did stroke that one in, and while it's not been vintage from the man from Kettering so far today, you know, he's played well enough in these couple of frames. And I mentioned Judd's long game. At the moment, it's Kyren who's knocking them in at distance.
It's a measure of how much heavier a scorer that Wilson has become, that even though this has been an indifferent season to date with just one quarter-final and only 34th space, or spot I should say, on the one-year list, he's still made 32 centuries, which is second only to Trump, who's made an incredible 53 already. So he's been scoring heavily enough, just hasn't been able to convert that into the number of victories he would have liked. But in early in this frame, as he eyes a 3-0 lead, and that would really put the defending champion under pressure.
Yeah, the plant is there. We've seen, I think, 3 or 4 instances of a plant just cropping up at a handy time for players this week, into that same pocket, in fact, all of them. One of them during the 147 from Ding yesterday, which was very welcome at the time. But as you say, even though best of 11 is a long one-session match, eyeing up a 3-0 lead or on the wrong end of it, you're in a bit of trouble.
11. $18. 19. 26. 27.
Well, that's, again, the perfect angle to potentially get into the bunch.
Trump struggling at the moment to get involved in this match.
That's a lovely split. He really has caught the reds there. Yes, there was a pack of reds there before that shot. It's almost like someone just whacked them all with a sledgehammer. They're in totally different places now to what they were.
Slight shake of the head from Wilson, because having hit them so well, he could have landed on something more straightforward.
Yeah, I think he's got the cutback red, hasn't he? It's just a question of the cue ball is somewhat in the lap of the gods as to where it'll finish. He's going to hit other balls. I mean, he can't avoid all of them. And he doesn't know the rest. If he takes the other red onto the left corner, I don't see him getting on a colour. Terrific split. Perhaps, as you say, could have been better where the ball's finished up.
Going for his 5th Masters quarter-final appearance this afternoon.
Well, it looks like he's screwing this a little bit, taking the cue wider than the natural path. Oh, goodness me. Where did he play that shot?
Kyren Wilson, 32.
He's played to pop the red off the other red. That was, I think... well, I can't understand that shot, I have to say.
And it could prove to be a significant turning point in this match, because Wilson was looking good there for 3-0. Trump was largely frozen out of proceedings. He hit the reds beautifully, but in attempting this plant, in truth, he didn't get close to it.
No, and he was never going to miss the red. It was a very odd shot selection, in my opinion. Just when he was ticking along quite well.
And the chance that he's engineered, he's now given to Trump. Exactly what Trump needs to get himself involved here. Very inviting table.
$8.
Last season's run to his 2nd Masters title wasn't without jeopardy for Trump. The first 2 rounds were negotiated in final frame deciders, matches he could have lost against Ryan Day and Barry Hawkins. And even in the final against Mark Williams, he was 8-7 behind, but he finished with arguably his best snooker of the entire season to clinch the title for a 2nd time. And this season, of course, he's been sublime.
Well, all gifts gratefully received. And I think Judd, who's been struggling along in the first couple of frames, has been presented with a wonderful chance that he probably didn't earn. Now he's just got to take it, and the match looks very different.
$23. 24. $29. $30.
There's very little that's difficult about the configuration of the balls here. It'll be 4 in front when this pink goes in, and then if he could take 4 red blacks, he wouldn't need the right-hand red near close to the cushion, but that 4 red blacks is not for sure here.
36.
Either way, he's got a very good chance of getting a frame on the board.
37.
Won the first of his Masters titles, of course, in 2019, which was a precursor to his maiden World Championship title. Demolished Ronnie O'Sullivan in that final, having beaten him just a few months previously in the final of the Northern Ireland Open. And it was that period that really elevated Trump
44.
to a whole new level in his game. It was the catalyst for that extraordinary run of success, 6 ranking titles in a single season. 14 in 28 months. And we've seen that kind of consistency again from him during this campaign. Only the 5th player in the history of the game to win 5,
45.
or rather 3 ranking titles in a row. And in this era, given the strength and depth and the jeopardy in the early rounds in every tournament, that is some achievement. He's also been in a couple of other finals as well, so he really has become a winning machine again, Trump. But this is a chance that that man has really presented him with, and it could turn this match quite significantly, because it was looking like 3-0 Wilson.
Well, he can't get onto the black this time, so he has to play up the table, which kind of brings the right-hand red into play for both players. The one that's close to the cushion.
53.
Need both reds. Well, he's not really on it very well into any pocket this time. Possible 4. 3 or 4 pockets he could have played on, but 26, the difference. A bit late to be looking at the scores now. If he'd stayed on the blacks, perhaps he could have put this frame away. Tough shot, this one.
Judd,
Get the feeling there's a bit of mileage in this frame. If Kyren can play a safer shot and bring the right-hand red out now, it could be anybody's still.
So the break ends at 58, 26 the lead, 43 left. And this has become a very big frame now. Wilson was looking good for 3-0. Gave Trump a way back in. He's gone for the cross double, he's got it. Now, what's the position like? Is that cue ball going to bounce?
Decision time, isn't it? Do you cut the black in, or do you just drop in behind it? Either option, if played well, is good. Of course, the pot would always take priority. But even then, if he does pot it, is he really getting on the red very easily? Take a good shot to do it. Oh, that's a nice shot. Nice shot, buddy. Beautiful. He certainly made the right decision now.
Beautifully controlled shot, wasn't it, from Wilson? This is the double that has got him back in. So is he going to take that 3-0 lead after all via a circuitous route? One good pot here, he'll be favourite. Yeah, I don't think the crowd were entirely convinced that was bound for the pocket.
Yeah, now he's got the slightly awkward little decision to make here because he doesn't really want to have to drop this in dead weight and hold. It's quite a nasty shot. So if he played it with pace around a couple of cushions, he's got to miss the bulk colour. It's more of a Kyren shot than just to drop it in. Oh, this is good. That is a very well-played shot. It's a better shot than perhaps it even looked.
He's played a couple of crackers in this little visit to the table, and that could well be the frame winner. The colours now at his mercy. Definitely
16.
felt as though that botched attempt at a very ambitious-looking plant could turn this match. But now Wilson with it in his hands to move 3-0 in front and really put the heat under that man going into the final frame before the mid-session interval.
It's
been very watchable stuff, hasn't it? Plenty going on in every frame. At the moment, though, it's Wilson very firmly in charge.
28.
It was absolutely superb cross double. I mean, there's no argument there. It does feel like something of a steal, though, as you pointed out.
Just this pink required. Kyren Wilson turns the screw. He had a scare in that frame. Judd Trump had the chance to steal, broke down on 58. Wilson produced a superb clearance to the pink for 3-0. The most glaring statistic so far in the first 3 frames of this first round match here at the Masters. Kyren Wilson with a 95% pot success. He's only missed 3. Judd Trump down at 84. And even though Trump has had opportunities, he's certainly been outplayed by the former runner-up back in 2018. He lost out to Mark Allen. A tough loss for Kyren, who is desperate to take his game to the next level by winning one of these showcase tournaments, the Triple Crowns.
Settle down now.
He's opting for this rather left field break again. Didn't work the first time, or at least not as intended anyway. Caught the blue. This time he's avoided that fate. But certainly good value for his 3-0 lead, and Trump now needs a response before the interval.
A good start, and like you say, it's I suppose it's almost a must-win frame, really. He's probably wondering quite how he is 3-0 down. Somewhere along the lines he could have won at least 2 of the frames, I guess. Certainly the last one he should never have lost. But that's the nature of this game. He needs to up every aspect of his performance, I think.
Something Trump has been very adept at throughout this sensational run of consistency, and when he was monopolising the table previously with that run of 6 ranking titles in a single season, there were plenty of matches where he was in trouble, like today, and came out on top. Of course, he did it in the English Open final this season from a very precarious 7-3 down in the title match to Zhang Anda. 1-6 on the bounce.
14.
Having done something similar to John Higgins in the semi-finals from the brink of defeat. So he has tremendous powers of recovery, Trump, and he's not going to stop being aggressive, that's for sure. Into the bunch.
Yeah, into the bunch, 21. You're right, and with some aplomb, that's a beautiful shot. Cue ball just arced its way through. Good spread. So he's created this very well.
22.
Now it's over to you, Judd, and chance to do what we're saying, raise your game, get a break, and a frame in a single visit. Head back to regroup, although that's not a very good shot at all.
27.
He's still got the red to right middle, but it's not very nice. So that last shot was not controlled as he wanted. Can he even get to this red that he's looking at to the left corner, left middle? slight blip there, which is overcome.
One thing Trump certainly won't be doing is panicking. He's got so much self-belief stored up after the season he's had. 3 consecutive titles, 5 finals, 22 straight wins. He'll back himself to turn this around, but he knows that this frame is all important. Wilson is clearly cueing well.
Well, that's not one of his better shots either. He might be able to get through to red to middle, which is, I think, more by luck than judgment. If not, it's up the table, the left-hand red. Yeah, he can't get through to that one. Playing it to middle, this left-hand red. Oh, absolutely horrified that he didn't make more from that good chance.
He was going so well, wasn't he? Split the reds very nicely, got in with the long red off Wilson's unorthodox break, but lost prime position and missed the pot. Looks as though Wilson can get through to the potting angle here. Well, what a frame this would be to win. He would have been sitting in his chair just moments ago thinking, well, it's going to be 3-1 in all probability. I'll take that for sure. Now he's thinking of something even more special.
Eight.
What's he got to go at here, though? Reds are certainly nicely spread. This is a big shot. Yeah, there's plenty of pressure on that one. He knew if he got it, it was a chance for 4-zip at the interval.
Once again, though, he'd be disappointed to have only been left with that shot, and as you rightly say, it was a big shot. Didn't go to the middle that red, he had to play it down the end. So surely this time Judd would have to go on and convert this chance, because otherwise he's just letting things slip, which he has to stop happening.
Eight.
The mid-session interval coming up, of course, very shortly. And just a reminder, we'll have football stars Joe Cole and Peter Crouch in the studio. Vital from Trump's point of view that he puts this frame to bed here and now. Gives himself something to build on in the second half of this match. He's been well below par so far today. His pot success is still in the 80s, but he can win this frame and clearly he's right back in it.
$15.
Well, as you can see, no angle whatsoever to work with. He can't get close to a red. But this sort of range should not be a problem. He needs a little bit more red colour, high value, and then, of course, another red just to absolutely seal the frame.
$21.
Right behind this nicely, a little delicate shot to hold for his red. This ultimately means that Kyren needs a snooker when this is potted. As I say, he wants to just pot another ball, and I think we're going to be heading towards the interval by the looks of things at 3-1, which is a slight improvement for Judd, but I think he'll be not happy with his overall performance in these frames, quite frankly.
Yeah, he'll certainly need to play better in the second half of the match, but we know he's more than capable of doing that. And for Kyren Wilson, well, he'll be happy enough with the score, 36. But maybe there'll just be a hint of regret, having had the opportunity with that long-range red. 37. A tough one for sure, but the kind of red that is well within his compass. Could have been a clean sweep, as it is. He's halfway to the quarterfinals, and Trump has a foothold, and a vital one after
44.
An indifferent afternoon to this point.
45.
Such an inspirational player, though, Trump. When he finds his form and his confidence, he can be devastating. Can reel off frames in no time. And he'll be hoping to do something like 52. That after the 15-minute break coming up. A thoroughly watchable afternoon's fair. Every frame had a number of talking points. Kyren Wilson certainly the better of the two so far, and he'll be happy enough with a 2-frame cushion at the mid-session interval here at Alexandra Palace. The defending champion has work to do. It's Kyren Wilson at the break who leads by 3 frames to 1.
Well, not many people would have called the scoreline after 4 frames. Judd Trump, the defending champion, 22 matches. He was undefeated at one point in this season. He's won 3 back-to-back ranking titles, but is trailing his old foe, a man who turned professional at a very similar time, Kyren Wilson. And it has to be said, Kyren Wilson has been looking very, very good. More about that very, very shortly. Broadcasting, because we're now going to bring you a little format that might be reminiscent of an old snooker quiz show from the 90s, which for trademark reasons, we're going to call Quite a Big Break. So first of all, we're going to meet the team. Standing to your right-hand side, we have Jimmy and Joe. Jimmy, how are we feeling about this combo? Any snooker experience here?
Yeah, I think Joe, when he was at Chelsea with JT and Brendan Rodgers, used to have a pool competition every year, right?
Yeah, we did. I didn't go deep in the competition, but I competed. I held my own. I was steadily out the groups, but then knockout stages, I sort of tended to get...
But you can pot a few. You did pot a few early on, didn't you?
Earlier I was good.
We're not giving them no clues, right?
No. Okay. But it's live TV now, so we'll see.
He's got form. Al, it's obviously the Al-Peter combo. How are you feeling about experience here?
Not bad. The only worry on our side of the fence is me, because the big man's been schooled by Foulds down the years in Ealing Snooker Centre, haven't you? So we're good to go.
They are good to go. Now, they have actually done this before. We're going to slightly tweak the format. They've done it before as part of the early kickoff show on TNT Sports 1. You can watch that on Saturday at 11 a.m. But this is live under the of Ali Pali. But I know you're thinking to yourselves, why would they care? They're thinking the same thing. But oh, they'd be so wrong, because this is what's at stake. A signed copy, no less, of the 2023 Seniors World Champion, Mr. James Warren White, the 4-time Seniors World Champion. Since then, he's trained in the gym for this one. He now has the body fat percentage of a tooth. But in order to win that, they have to play by the rules. And the rules are very simple. 1 minute to pot as many reds as possible. Al, these guys went first last time on the early kickoff show, right, so you'll do the honours this time. Lovely. I'm going to stand away. The time will start when the cue ball is struck for the first attempted pot. Right. A break isn't an attempted pot, so this one won't count. We're just going to set the balls up nicely. A beautiful spread would be ideal, and fair play.
One's in, Pete.
The big man.
That is very good.
That is beautiful.
I'll leave that one.
If we get 60 seconds on the clock,
we're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
We're off.
Right, alternates.
Oh!
I'll leave off.
Alan McManus, straight away.
What chance have we got?
Look at this here, 2 for 2.
Look at the positional play.
You can't teach this.
Bit of side on that.
You cannot teach this.
The positional play is awesome.
2 for 2. Can they keep the game? 3 for 3.
Not a problem here. Where do you want me, mate?
Yeah, go on, just drop that in.
They talk about the Ali Pali pressure, not when it comes to the crouchy Ali combo. Oh, good effort, good effort.
A middle back job.
There you go. Oh.
This is Alan's taking this one nice and easy. He's going old school. He's lining it up.
Hold on, what's going on?
Is that legal? Does that go?
Good, we didn't have time to get round. That's legal.
Best part of 20 seconds left on the clock. Still massive opportunities here.
Problem.
4. This is a very good score, by the way. The pressure is on Jimmy and Joe, and now regretting not going first. He's rolled it, he's rolled it. He's given them a chance, he's toying with them. One last chance, it's a countdown. We've got 5 seconds left, Pete. Can we get it in?
Go on, Pete.
Can he count? Yeah!
These lads.
That was awesome.
That was superb.
Not bad.
Jim, the pressure is on.
Yeah, we love it.
Oh, sorry, I'm going to set
You do need a cue. Al's going to set it up.
need 5,
He's busy
right?
celebrating.
We'll set them up, Maria. You're all right.
I'll get him.
Joe, do we have any chance of beating that, do you reckon?
I'm more hoping for maybe the electric going out here. And
It happened earlier. There was a power cut.
I know.
How many we got beat?
5, Jim.
5, okay.
to
Thanks,
level.
mate.
Jim, are we using the same cue?
Yeah, we've got one each now.
All right,
Forget
okay.
about Wilson.
Oh,
Maybe
great.
we get 5.
Forget about Wilson Trump.
This is pay-per-view. Now, on the early kickoff show, they actually levelled it, so this is all about pride here. That was pre-recorded. This one is live. But Joe Cole is the pressure man.
What do you reckon, Jim?
Yeah, that's all right. That's cool. Head still.
Yeah. Time's a wasting,
And
Joe.
time will start when the cue ball is struck. And we're off.
Oh, no.
Tell you what, good technique Joe has, honestly.
Yeah, yeah.
Very, very
Just
good
don't put the
technique.
balls out.
One in the
No
middle,
problem.
Don't worry about the wind.
Looks nervous, though.
Keep your head still. Keep your head still.
Bang under it.
Oh, no! He's bottling it.
Yeah, Joe.
Go on the wind.
See how he recovers.
All right, come on.
Okay, here we go.
Let's get on the
First
scoreboard.
one, surely.
Nice.
Here we go. Now, could the comeback be on here? Could the comeback be on? Not many cue like the wind.
No. This one.
Oh,
Can you reach that one?
I can't reach it, but I'm going to go.
Oh, look at that.
20 seconds left, lads. Could the comeback be on?
Oh, no.
Now, this will be a story for the ages. 3 in less than 20 seconds. We've got 50. Oh, James! Yes! 2 left.
Oh, no,
8,
my fault. My
7,
fault.
go on, Joe. 6, 5, 4, 3,
No.
go on, Jim.
Just put 2.
1. It wasn't to be. It wasn't to be, which means our winners.
Hey, well done, big guy.
And the proud recipients.
Hey.
Hey, look at that there.
Look at that. Hey.
No expense has been spent.
Thank you.
And in terms of yourself, Pete, obviously you've won many things in your career. How does this level up?
No, this is right up there.
Right up there.
It's right up there for me. We're going to fight over this. No, this genuinely, that's it's a snooker legend there. So really
Lads,
pleased
it's
with
been
that.
an
Genuinely.
absolute pleasure. You're going to go back into Ali Pali and watch the snooker for the rest of the match. Next time we'll see you on TNT will be the Chelsea-Fulham West London derby.
Yeah, tune in.
Tune in. Do not miss that. They're going to miss the snooker. And that right there is a chance for us to catch our breath because we're shattered and we were just watching it. So after 4 frames in Ali Pali on day 3 of Masters 2024, Kyren Wilson leads his old foe 3 frames to 1. Not an awful lot in it, stats-wise, it has to be said. 94% pot success for Kyren, 88 for Judd Trump. Quite telling in terms of points, so 187 Judd, 227 Kyren, but that doesn't tell the tale of what happened in the match. Al, what have you made of it so far?
Well, I think Kyren's been excellent. I think right from the start he played a black and swung it in and out of baulk, landed beautifully on a red and got about his work. I spoke about at the top of this match, watching him on the practice table in Scotland 3.5 weeks ago, and he looked as good as he ever has, quite honestly, and he's carried that on today. He's had Judd under pressure right from the off, and he's bossing it.
Jimmy, in terms of opportunities, there was an opportunity Kyren misses that are plant in frame 3. Judd comes to the table, doesn't take advantage, and then Kyren takes the frame. Yeah,
in normal procedure, Kyren missed an easy red the first frame, and Trump didn't clear up. He's playing that off of the other red. That was a bad shot. Neal Foulds said in commentary he can't believe how Judd Trump is 3-0 down in this frame because it should be 2 each for me easy. But Kyren Wilson should have won the full frame. He should have took full advantage. But Judd just struggling a bit. But this is a fantastic cross double. He realises the value of it if this goes in. Me and Alan thought that this black might be a bit thin, but he plays a fantastic shot on the black, holds for the red into the middle pocket, and goes on to steal a frame to be 3-0 up instead of 2-1. So advantage Kyren Wilson, but Judd Trump still in the match. Next frame's huge.
It is huge, and in terms of it was one that was an important one for Judd to win now.
Yeah, it was for sure. But that break there, just to get the 3-0 advantage, that's the sort of break. The last couple of reds, across double, the cut back black, blue through green brown, was the kind of thing you don't do unless you're right on it. That was a strange one. I don't know whether it was a kick because the red left the bed.
I mean, OK, Kyren's not been winning of late. We know how good he is and what a warrior and everything. But if it had been the other turn around the table, Judd Trump would have been 4-0 up in that situation. That's the difference at the moment, winning or losing is down to 1 or 2 shots through confidence.
We mentioned how close they are in terms of their head-to-head, but actually in the last 2 matches, Judd has won both of those. The last one they played here was the quarterfinals. Judd won that one as well. Will that be on Kyren's mind? Is it a case of will the almost line get further away the closer he gets to it?
It's a good question, Raj. I don't think those matches in particular will be in Kyren's mind, but what will be is he knows that it's really difficult to put Judd away. So many guys have tried this season and so many have failed because Judd, regardless of 3-1, 4-1 behind, 5-2 even, if it gets to that stage, he's not going to press the panic button and he still thinks he can get this job done.
Something tells me the drama is yet to truly unfold. How will they fare in the final mini-session of this afternoon? This could be a fascinating one. Let's hand back to our commentary team of Neal Foulds and Phil Studd.
Thank you, the 5th frame.
It's certainly been compelling so far. Kyren Wilson undoubtedly the stronger player. He deserves to be in front. He's 3-1 to the good. It might have been 4-0, but equally Judd Trump had chances to have more than a single frame on his side of the roster. So still all to play for, even though Wilson has this 2-frame cushion. In this, their 20th meeting, Trump just edging the head-to-head 10-9. Their 4th meeting at the Masters. Trump has won 2 of the 3. They've played in all the big events. Wilson with a victory over Trump at the World Championship. And a couple in the Champion of Champions. But Trump, of course, is the form horse. An outstanding season. He was absolutely champing at the bit to play here again as defending champion. Loves this tournament, loves the atmosphere, feels at home here in London. He hasn't quite produced his A game as yet, but there's still time.
Yes, I mean, he has been the form player of the season. I suppose the question is he still in that form? Because, you know, the season is long. We've had the festive break. And, you know, yeah, players cannot hold their form all the way through. Some might say, well, if you're only playing snooker, you're not running marathons. But it's just that your game as a player can go. Confidence is a wonderful thing. It's hard to get and easy to lose. Unlucky. It was very close, and it was so close that the red came back in the direction of the cue ball. And also, you know, it's the first match for each player in this tournament. Of course, one will go out and the other one might build on that. So you know, you can see why it's a slightly nervy match.
Wow, that was a surprise, really.
A mile away, wasn't it?
Yeah. Trump has missed a few today that he certainly hasn't been this season. And there's another one.
That's not very difficult, is it? Let's be honest. And everyone misses balls. That was quite wayward for a ball fairly close to the middle pocket. So there's certainly nerves. There has been all the way through.
Winner to play, Ali Carter, conqueror last night, impressively, of Mark Williams. Back-to-back centuries from Carter, helping him to a 6-4 win. And this evening, of course, it's Neil Robertson against Barry Hawkins. Robertson looking to recapture the form of a couple of seasons ago when he was outstanding. He hasn't been this season or anything like it, but he says he's feeling refreshed, reset after his trip back home to Melbourne. The winner of that, of course, will play the 7-times champion Ronnie O'Sullivan in the quarterfinals.
That's risky, isn't it? If you're an insect on the table, because you might just get that to get rolled.
That's the most telling stat really so far. Wilson has been a lot more successful with his pot success. We've already seen Trump miss one he wouldn't normally in this frame, and that's a mistake. And the cannon on the brown hasn't helped him, so. An easy red to start with.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'll feel that he can roll this in or he's going to play it with pace. Cue ball coming across into the reds, perhaps. Now he's played it as slowly as he can. Not bad. It's a kind of a brave shot to roll it, because you do wonder, playing it slowly at that length, sometimes the ball will drift off. Very hard not to send the cue ball into the bunch, and he just avoided that.
Would ordinarily be routine, but clearly isn't because of the red getting in the way. Oh, well played.
Eight. Nine.
Yes, a little smattering of applause, but goodness, it's going to be a difficult shot now. I mean, he's probably going to have to go for this. Thought he could have maybe run it through. Ben Williams overseeing it. So make sure no infringement was made. I don't think he's interested in the black. I think he's looking at playing as if snookered on a, maybe hitting the brown or yellow, probably brown.
Brown ball.
I think that
Foul. Want to miss?
probably
Judge.
let him go again, I think, will he?
Judd Chum.
Obviously has a clear shot at the ball. Should he miss the second time, he would have to play the black because he would have to be under the 3 strikes rule. But does Judd not want to put it back is the question. Seemingly not. Important frame, they all are, of course, we always say it, but this one feels to get within a frame, or Kyren Wilson back with his 3-frame buffer, feels quite a significant juncture of the match to me.
Hasn't hit that at all well. Cue ball not even close to the baulk line. And Kyren Wilson will certainly still feel a little edgy, because there have been many times this season where he's played well and got into a strong position but not quite killed the match off. He's had quite a few near misses this season. The most stark example of that, of course, was the 5-1 advantage he had over Jamie Clark at the UK. Lost 6-5, but he's lost final frame deciders to Ollie Lyons at the English Open, Sam Craigie in Northern Ireland. It's been a case this season of what might have been, really, for Kyren, even though he has been playing some good stuff, which is evidenced by the fact that only Trump has made more centuries than he has this season. So he's still a long way from the winning line. And this is a good chance now for Trump to try and close the gap to just 1. His highest break so far, a modest, by his standards, 58, and that was in
60.
a losing cause in frame 3.
17.
Yeah, that's the problem with that shot. He knows he's going up towards the blue, but you can't be sure which side of the blue he's going to finish in. And indeed, he hasn't really... He stayed completely down the centre of the table, so he hasn't got a shot on the blue. Not from there. Not to pot it anyway. So he's going to have to be off the blue for safety.
Blue ball.
Playing somewhere in the region of where the brown ball currently is.
Thank you. Judd Trump, 17.
Be annoyed. He has to finish it off with as tight a safety shot as he can, but you know, where the balls are, this frame is very much up for grabs. Yeah, I wondered if he was even going for that. And, I figure he didn't, but he didn't either push it round the angles or go for it. It was a horrible double kiss that takes all the control out of the shot you might have hoped for.
One.
An interesting few frames, and there've been half-decent breaks, as Philip said, nothing outstanding, but he's not quite hit the heights yet. It could get very interesting, though, the further it goes. It's one of those sort of matches. Just enough errors have been made for anything to be possible, I think, you feel in this game.
6.
Amazing looking at this race. It looks quite awkward, isn't it? Leaning across. Played it well enough.
7.
So this is a golden chance now, albeit not his first of the frame.
$14.
Feels as though Trump is just looking for a spark to really get himself going, locate his A game. He knows it's there. He's proved that many times
15.
already this season. He's been subdued so far today, but if he wins this frame, he's right back in it.
$22. 23.
As mentioned earlier, he wasn't setting the world alight early on his way to his second Masters title last season. Saved his best till last, right at the back end of his title match with Williams.
31. $36. Thank you. 37.
Well, he needs his black and a further red to secure the frame.
And I think he'll want not only to win the frame, but win
44
in convincing fashion, perhaps clear the table, get the crowd going. He loves the rowdiness of this place. That's the kind of atmosphere that really turns
45.
Trump on.
52. $53.
Well, nicely played. He certainly got both reds into play. The frame, of course, is long since won. But a very interesting match beginning to unfold now.
60.
Judd Trump, no doubt, had a chat with his brother. I'm sure that the same applied to Kyren. Of course, Kyren's brother is Taylor, who's in attendance, no doubt.
66.
Judd's, and I'm sure they had a few things to ruminate over
67.
in that 15-minute break, just to find out what's gone wrong, if anything had. And I think it's an important part of Team Trump, really, that his brother is there and they sort of mull over things.
74.
And, see where they can improve. Mindset, I guess, on the table. The whole works. And he has
76.
got better. Missed a bad red at the start of the frame. But now he's looking quite strong.
Just enough there for a 32nd
79.
Masters century. So he's going to need a good shot on the brown. And that is a good shot.
$88.
He's just looking for a bit of inspiration, Trump, and maybe this is the moment where he moves up a gear or two. Certainly this has been a superbly crafted break. This for the ton. Incredibly, a 54th century of the season already for the defending champion. That's got the crowd going. It might get Trump going. He's right back in the mix now. He closes the gap to 1. Kyren Wilson leads 3-2. Judd Trump with the 955th century of his career. Of course, he became the second player after Neal Robertson to make a century of centuries in a single season. Could he do it again? That was his 54th of this campaign. And a beautiful break it was as well. Easily his best snooker of the afternoon. And that means back-to-back frames now for the defending champion. And this match back in the balance. Just a reminder, No Filter, our special programme coming up at the conclusion of this match, featuring behind-the-scenes footage of yesterday's match between Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui.
Well, here's his break-off shot again, anyway, which it looks a complete failure to me, having seen 3 of them. Hit the blue twice. The other break didn't exactly put Judd Trump time up in any knot, so I would go back to the drawing board myself. It's a complete non-starter for me. It's just heading towards the blue most of the time. There you are. That's what he's doing. I don't know how long that'll last. Of course, break-off shots vary. We had the Mark Williams rolling into the bunch. That's been jettisoned as well over the years. But I suppose anything's worth a try, but I would give up on it.
Well, as you say, he's hit the blue a couple of times, and on 2 occasions, Trump has potted the opening red off that break. So maybe back to the drawing board.
I think against someone like Judd Trump, the break's very important. You know, with his long game, you don't want to leave him anything. And if you hit the blue, then you've just completely lost control of the opening shot of the frame.
What a terrific pot that is from Trump. Just signs that after a slightly sticky start to the afternoon. He's finding his touch.
Yeah, I don't think he could have tried to go into them with any more pace because the cue ball would have swung wide
14.
of the bunch that way. That's all he could do, try and tiptoe into them and get a red out. But I don't know if it pots that right hand red. I'm sure the black's in the way of it.
Judd Trump, 14.
Very attentive crowd again, once again, here at the Alexandra Palace. So difficult to get a ticket. Ali Carter saying last night that for him to get friends and family in, he had to buy a couple of tickets for his own match, which is what he said in the studio. But they're much sought after, and tickets invariably are on sale for next year and snapped up while this event is either going or just finished. It's terrific to see such support for the game. This is not online, is it, for anything but the pink?
On a miss.
Balls will need replacing, and a few balls have to be put back where they were, so not an easy call for Ben Williams.
Right.
Yeah.
Desislava Bosilova will
Well,
assist Ben Williams here. A number of the Reds were
just
disturbed.
A touch towards me.
A touch lower to you?
Or maybe it's towards you, yeah. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, you need the ping, yeah. Towards you. Half boat towards you. And maybe quarter of a boat towards the bulk. A touch more. Maybe tiniest touch more. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that red move? No, not showing. It's okay.
Not really, no.
Cue ball fine, yeah? Okay.
Trump makes the adjustment.
Yeah, the problem was he had to kind of swerve it into the first cushion, which is not easy to guarantee you'll execute correctly. As you can see, he's not touching ball, so he'd have to make contact with the red.
Wilson just looking to re-establish himself now in this match. He's only scored 17 points in the previous 2 frames.
Yeah, I must say, I mean, obviously I've watched a lot of Kyren this season and his results have not been up to his usual standard. But you can see that while he's trying to get his form together, there's just a lack of sort of winning ways in his game. He's in front of the match, of course, and he's doing all right, but you know, he's not, the cutting edge is not quite there that we've seen previously. I just feel that if you're sort of a Judd Trump fan, you might feel that he's starting to just not so much cut loose, but really ease himself into this match now. Well, he was. He's blocked the pocket, if nothing else. Played it slowly, so he was always going to not leave the red available, blocked off by the blue. I mean, I don't know. This is very tight, isn't it? The blue is so close to the pocket. If he can sneak this through there, there's always a chance of a double kiss on the blue, which means the red is, of course, not going to go in. Done well. Not a lot of room to manoeuvre in that corner pocket there. Of course, I suppose if he was to try and spot the flying foul of ball, it would be a very unfortunate way to concede penalty points.
If somewhat self-inflicted. It's one of those matches where both players have produced some good stuff in spells, but neither have quite hit the heights yet. Trump was looking as though he might be, but missed the blue.
Thank you.
To allow Wilson in for this opportunity to try and restore his 2-frame lead.
16.
So, earlier in the match, he didn't quite get the reds open from this shot as he might have hoped. Some biggish target. Playing one cushion into the bunch. I think he's been unlucky there. I thought he played it reasonably well. But as you can see,
18.
the reds have all packed together and not moved. I suppose he did hit the pink first, which took pace out of the cue ball as it reached the reds.
Kyren Wilson, 18.
These two are just potting balls and scoring in small instalments in this frame, aren't they? They're not quite putting each other away yet. Feel that everything is still to play for in frame 6. From a long way out, he looked ominous at cue ball, where it was heading. So there's a way through to that red on the right. So these two both very good at long range when they're playing well, but like anything else, it's not an easy game, and if you're just off, you can start missing these shots.
One.
Played through onto the black, but again, the cue ball not coming away from the cushion very far. Yeah, that was the point. You know, he played the red reasonably well, but he didn't want to be playing with his hand on the side cushion. If the cue was out further in the middle of the table, you'd say he would never miss this. Just when he needs to up his game, he isn't quite doing that.
Thank you. One. Eight. Nine.
Yeah, he could have gone into those 4 reds and nudged them, but he wanted to play on the loose one. I think
16.
the top right-hand red of the four. Pots to the right corner is slightly isolated from the others.
17.
So that'll be working on that, although the shot on the black was just a little straight. He's left it. Might have wanted a bit more angle. Have to force this now, this cue ball. Which he's done pretty well. Gone a fraction too far. The previous shot on the positional shot on the red was not one of his better ones.
Interestingly, Trump is now moving ahead of Wilson in the pot success stakes. At one stage he was down in the low 80s in the early frames. He's now up into the 90s, and Wilson has dropped back from the mid-90s. Trump looking to win his third consecutive frame, having been 3-0 behind. Wilson missed that tricky long
32.
red to the green pocket before the interval, when the possibility of 4-0 was
33.
looming. This match has got a whole lot closer now.
Yeah, there's no reason why he shouldn't get the frame.
40.
One very soon now, with that lead of 26 points. Red, black, red, any colour. And the match
41.
is being turned around somewhat. It's worrying signs at 3-0, as we're saying, for Judd Trump. But there's no question he's looking the stronger of the two at this stage. It's not reflected
48.
in the overall frame score, but, you know, he's got a bit more of a spring in his step, I think.
Yes, I think the century has played a big
49.
part in that. It was the first really convincing break that Trump has made, the first time he's killed a frame off in one visit. And that's just restored a bit of confidence that might have been wavering. This frame is now won, and the comeback is complete. And now it's a best of 5 for a place in the quarterfinals of the Masters and a meeting with Ali Carter.
Thank you. 56. $63. 65.
Wilson now with something to ponder, having seen his 3-frame advantage
68.
evaporate.
$72.
He's only scored 46 points since he led 3-0. Looking good.
I think it's one of those attentional pockets. I'm not sure if he played a double or a treble, but either way, found somewhere for the blue to drop into.
83.
Trump drawing a few more oohs and ahs from this capacity crowd now. That'll help his game. And at the moment, it's the defending champion who has the momentum, because he's battled his way right back into the hunt in this match from 3-0 behind. He's tied things up here at 3 frames all. So Judd Trump back in the arena and very much back in the match, having won 3 consecutive frames, helped by that sparkling century in the 5th, 101. And at the moment, he is the player with the momentum. Kyren Wilson started the stronger, led 3-0, but has lost his way a little since then. Both players have had difficult moments this afternoon, and I think 3-all feels about right after 6 frames. Who is now going to find the necessary to get to 6 and set up a quarter-final showdown with Carter?
Well, on the run of play in general, certainly in the recent play, you would say that Judd would go on and win from here. But of course, it's not like that. It's not as simple as very current form. You know, Kyren Wilson's a top player. And he's very much in this match at 3-all. It's just that at 3-0 up, he was a whole lot more comfortable than he appears now. Simple as that. Certainly there's, in the last couple of years, maybe a little less than that, Judd Trump has shown the ability to sort of graft out a win, carve out a victory when he's not been knocking in all those dazzling shots. Kind of the way he won last year here at the Ali Pali, I feel. So he's in his locker to win, I was going to say ugly, not quite like that, but not at his absolute best. Some players, of course, when they are not at their best, almost can never win.
It's a trademark of all the truly great players down the years, isn't it? That ability to win with your B game, maybe even your C game. We've seen the likes of John Higgins, Mark Selby do that so often in the past. Mark Williams. Ronnie O'Sullivan, in more recent times, has been prepared to show plenty of grit out on the match table when he's not necessarily been playing at his brilliant best. And such is the standard these days and the strength and depth in the game that you have to be able to do that to win these big tournaments.
Well, there have been a few too many of those, haven't there, for Judd? I mean, it has to be said, even in the frames that Judd Trump has won, Kyren Wilson has had things to go at early in them. And here's another red that you'd expect him to get.
4 out of 6 from long range today for Wilson. It's normally a great strength of his long potting. Made 65 in the opening frame, although, of course, it didn't win him the frame because he missed pretty routine red when he was on the cusp of clinching it. Ultimately, it wasn't expensive. His highest break came in the second frame, a 76. He could do with something like that at this visit, just to restore a bit of equilibrium, having lost 3 on the bounce.
Fine.
Looking to tie up the head-to-head with Trump today at 10 each. His very first win over Judd, of course, was most memorable. It was his maiden ranking title. He won a decider to win the Shanghai Masters, a tournament he considered pulling out of because his dad was having a 50th birthday celebration in Spain. And he toyed with the idea of missing the event because he didn't want to miss, obviously, his father Rob's 50th celebrations, but it proved to be a very sensible move to play the tournament instead. Nothing like winning your first, something he'll never forget. He's won 4 more
13.
since. But it's one of these Triple Crown events that he covets most. That would elevate his career to a new level. He's come close a couple of times. Couldn't have hit that any better.
No, he had one pretty well earlier on, and it didn't amount to much in an earlier frame.
18.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the red below the black goes to the left corner. He could have played on that one. I think he must go, actually. But he chose not to go down that route and get the reds open. Couldn't hit it much better, but he could have been luckier with where the balls have gone. He's another plant here, which, as you can see, they're not in line. He'd have to cut the first frame thinner than the potting angle to make the second one drop in. Well done. Very well done. Look at the cue ball, absolutely perfectly on the blue.
Wilson's temperament has never been in question. He's a tremendous competitor. Whether he's playing well or struggling, he gives it everything. He's not going to fade away, that's for sure. Not for want of trying anyway in this match.
Yeah, that 2020 World Final against O'Sullivan was just a little bit too much for him, wasn't it? He did all the dramas of the match with Anthony McGill. He'd had some really good wins along the way. But yeah, O'Sullivan over 2 days, just felt he'd almost run out of steam by then in his attempts to become world champion for the first time.
25.
Yes, and it was Mark Allen who denied him this Masters title 6 years ago now. That's hard to believe. 10-7. It was a trophy that he desperately wanted and, of course, continues to desire. I think his mum, Sonia, quite fancies having the Paul Hunter trophy on her mantelpiece at home. And it is a magnificent Waterford crystal trophy, one of the nicest in the sport. Carries extra gravitas because of what Hunter did in the game. 3 times a champion himself in 4 years, each time in a deciding frame. Still sorely missed, of course.
Yeah, of course, the other thing to say, if you're fairly new to snooker, that wouldn't have been here. It wasn't at this venue. It was at the old Wembley Conference Centre that Paul Hunter graced the game. So, kind of different era, but very special venue, all the same, alongside this one. The atmosphere is absolutely pulsating for some of these sessions when the standard is high. That has not been as high as it could be in this match, but you know, it's building up to something that's getting very interesting, with Wilson in first here, trying to restore his lead.
It's a really important visit, clearly, for Wilson, having lost the last 3 frames, lost his way a little in this match. Feels as though Trump has built up something of a head of steam, so he can make something substantial here. That would restore not only the lead, but some confidence. It may have just ebbed away a little, because he's not been winning regularly this season, so he probably came into this tournament not feeling 43. As good as he has in the past about his chances. Still plenty of work to do, though, to turn this into a frame-winning break. Yeah, it wasn't easy. It was a tricky little cut.
43.
A little thinner than he wanted. So the break ends at 43.
Yeah, I think when you get as close to the pot as Kyren's last miss, invariably the ball stays close or very adjacent to the pocket. Just hit the near jaw, and the red didn't go anywhere after it was missed. So I think if Trump could get back into this frame and win it and win 4 in a row, that really would be a big turnaround in this match.
Well,
that's not absolutely ideal where he's finished.
5.
That, however, is a good shot. To retain control, finish at the right angle on the blue.
Ten.
Just a little tricky. These reds in the middle of the table, all in each other's way. The other two reds on the right, he could nudge them into play here. I mean, the plant is possible. The reds are far enough apart to make it apart to get into a plant, but no. Would he look to nudge them into play more so than they already are? Because the angle on the blue is such that he can do what he wants, really. He can go into the 3 reds and the pink, which I doubt. Or he could go into the other 2 reds. Bring them out in the open. Well, he played the cannon. It was quite deft cannon, in fact. And that might be
17.
a bit of a game changer because he judged it so well. He knew that things could go wrong, but hitting that red cushion first, it was just going to bring both into play. It was delightful. So I think that man sitting in his chair will realise how important a break this is that
24.
Judd Trump is making. If it goes on to winning the frame, it means Judd has won a frame that he was not in first in. But ultimately,
25.
and remarkably, from 3-0 down, he'll go to the front. It just would throw a different complexion on the whole match for me.
Wilson was looking good, wasn't he? On that break of 43, left himself a tricky red to this left corner pocket, which eluded him. This is the result.
32.
Trump now the favourite. Definitely playing with more confidence than he was at the start of the match.
33.
Was missing a few that he hasn't been this season, but he's not missing too much at the moment.
Well, the angle on the black, he's not great for getting back towards the red. It's that angle just the wrong side of being absolutely straight. Top side of it. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't be sure of anything there.
40.
Very thin off the red, up behind the yellow here.
Judd Trump, 40.
Played it well, in fact. Good way to end the break. Second only, of course, to keep putting balls. So he's applied a bit of pressure on Kyren Wilson with that shot. So everything is to play for now, isn't it? Virtually all level in the frame score of the match. There's a lot. That was a very well-controlled safety shot.
It's only really the second close frame we've had in this match so far. Kyren Wilson clearing up superbly to win the third frame and really take control of the match. Since then, that grip has been well and truly loosened, but if he can win this frame, get himself back in front, he'll feel a whole lot better, and that was a beautiful red to give himself that chance.
Big shot the next one, isn't it, after this chance to see this red again that he coolly rolled in. He's obviously got the shot, I think, cushion first to move the red, but it's a bit far down the cushion because he'd be looking to put it near a middle pocket. So you'd imagine as a right-handed player, he'd just like to finish him behind the red, play it down the cushion. That's what he's shaping up for now, somewhere over there. Might have to use the rest if he doesn't get it exactly how he wants. But in behind the red here with a fairly important positional shot, I would say. That's a beautiful shot. That is so well played.
Two outstanding shots in a row from Kyren Wilson. But the red proves elusive. So on we go. And worse for Wilson is that he's left it.
That is a big mistake after such a good shot, the previous one. They're never going to be simple shots, these, but I expected him to do better than that.
One.
Well, the plot thickens a little bit there. Short of pace. Yes, he's going to get the snooker, of course, but he was hoping not to allow Kyren back to the table at all. Getting on the black and just clearing. So the agony kind of continues for both players a little bit. Played it very well. I don't know if he's left the very thin snick to right middle. It wouldn't be it would be extremely thin, so he may not be interested. Well, he has not only played it, but got it, and then you saw how thin it was. I suppose the cue ball was always heading towards the general direction of the green. So this shot might be the biggest of the match so far.
Long way off, actually.
Judd, Trump two.
Had that gone in, it was surely Trump's frame. But the radar wasn't right on that occasion. It's kind of indicative of this match, really. Neither player has quite been able to produce their very best over a sustained period.
Difficult shot to get a thin contact on an object ball that is very close to a cushion like that.
Back. From there.
Yeah, he's been asked to play it from where it is. I think that's a little further away from the original shot. Now, of course, the miss rule, usually, had he put it back, he would be warned now, but he won't be warned because he hasn't played it from the original spot, that one.
Okay.
So it's not the warning for the 3 strikes, although the shots are similar.
Don't count the 3 missed, does it now?
Just double checking that he knows it in his heart, and he wasn't warned for it, so I think once you're not warned for it, it doesn't count anyway.
Just as well, really.
A miss. Judd Trump 4.
It doesn't look great, does it? But and also he's not that close to hitting the edge.
Nah.
But the bottom line is, you have to catch these really thin, because if you just overdo it, the object ball can go up the table as far as the cue ball.
Settle down, please. Thank you.
So he's just giving away 12 points here, fairly, not needlessly, but he just hopes they don't come into the equation at the end of the frame.
He's acutely aware that if he hits this too thick, he could be leaving the frame for Trump.
Just get the feeling he's playing it a little differently this time. Yeah.
Well, he won't have that one back. Looked like a double kiss, but he's got the cue ball tight to the top rail anyway. It's another good shot from Trump, though, keeping the pressure on. What a big frame this is now. Both players have had their chances. Another double kiss, and not one he wanted, and you feel as though Wilson needed this frame a bit more than Trump, given that he's lost 3 on the bounce.
Yeah, it was another safety shot which he might have played the thin contact, but the double kiss has worked out very badly. You lose all control, and at the moment, if this goes in, you feel that Judd Trump is really a lot stronger.
Great.
He was travelled a little bit too far there. Not much too far, but not as straight on the brown as he would hope for. Lead of 9 points, so up to and including the blue ball will be enough for him to somehow get to the front.
Longest frame of the match so far.
Seven.
And this blue still needs potting.
Yeah, I was going to say it. This is missable. It really is. And you'd be pleased to see the back of this ball. Knock it in.
And in it goes, and it's going to be, in all probability, a 4th consecutive frame for Judd Trump. And this will be a tough one for Kyren Wilson to take. Started the frame with a good break of 43, missed a red.
Judd Trump 12.
To the left corner. Double kiss he got just now. Left Trump the chance to clinch it, which he has, barring snookers.
Yeah, it's always difficult on the pink and black to get the snooker you need, isn't it? Because they've got to get it fairly swiftly. That was almost interesting way of getting one. Of course, Judd will just try and roll this in or over the top left pocket. And that's why it's difficult to get the snookers, because your opponent's just trying to pop the ball on the pink and black. Or leave it over the hole, anything.
As things stand, 18 is the deficit.
That's never going to happen, was it?
Judd Trump 6.
And the defending Masters champion Judd Trump, from 3-0 behind, has hit the front 4 in a row for the 2 times champion. Trump leading Kyren Wilson 4-3. It was looking good for Kyren Wilson at 3-0 up. He had a sniff of 4-0 before the interval. Trump, crucially, from his point of view, was able to reduce the arrears to 2. And since then, he has clearly been the stronger player. His pot success is now up to 91 from, at one stage, the low 80s. And Kyren Wilson has slipped from the mid-90s into the 80s. He's going the wrong way at the moment. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of this match, we'll have our no filter feature behind the scenes with Rocket Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui ahead of their brilliant match yesterday here at Alexandra at Palace. And then, of course, this evening, it's Neal Robertson against Barry Hawkins for the right to play O'Sullivan in the last 8.
We're seeing the break again.
Quiet down, please.
The good news is that he hasn't hit the blue on the way back up the table, but he has left a red on, so I'm not buying into it still. The black's been knocked away from its spot a bit. So I don't think he's putting a great deal of fear into his opponent with that break.
Yes, Wilson stubbornly persisting with that break off, but he's had absolutely no joy with it. And again, Trump gets in. And of course, Trump is feeling a whole lot better about his game now than he was in the first 3 frames.
Yes, I suppose he can not so much see the winning line yet because he's still got to win 2 frames, but he can see something good coming of what might have been a pretty miserable afternoon. Trailing 3-0, one of those frames, frame 3, to lose it, he should never have lost. But he is kind of knuckled down. Oh, but there you are, another ball being missed. So this is the point. Yes, he's knuckled down, but he hasn't played sort of lights out snooker to get himself back into this match.
It's been a very contrasting tale, of course, for these 2 players coming into this match in terms of the season they've had. Trump has been all-conquering, 3 consecutive ranking titles. Although that red has eluded him. And nearly £100,000 clear on the 1-year list of nearest rival O'Sullivan, whereas Kyren Wilson isn't even in the top 32 in that regard, and therefore will miss next week's World Grand Prix in Leicester.
Which is a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Because one thing Kyren Wilson has been in the last few years in his career has been consistent, not very often losing in the early rounds of anything. But this year it's not been like that, and that's the reason he won't be playing in that event, as you rightly say.
Just 1 quarter-final in ranking events this season for Wilson, the European Masters. He's had some tough losses, as mentioned. A few final frame deciders have gone against him, sometimes from winning positions. So this really is a test from here, given the circumstances in which he's lost what was a pretty handy lead at 3-0 of his renowned mental strength. Can he yet emerge on the right side of this match, given that the season hasn't gone to plan. This was the shot much earlier in the piece when he took on what looked like a very tricky plant and in truth didn't get close to it.
Yeah, that was an odd shot that we saw from earlier in the match. But of course, one thing you can say about it is that at least Kyren eventually won that frame. So it didn't prove significant, but it was a strange decision he made. And this is an odd frame as well, because look at all the reds have gone into unconventional places, and the black's totally buried out of commission where it is. Been a good safety bout, but sometimes when you see a lot of safety, that happens. All the balls go on cushions.
Terrific pot, drawing some gasps from the crowd. But as Neal mentioned, it's a pretty horrible table at the moment, isn't it? The black is surrounded. Red's very awkward, so it's going to take some hard labour to manufacture something substantial in this frame for the time being.
Kyren Wilson won.
But he either has the snooker or he's very easy to hit off that one cushion. You know, this is an awkward frame, isn't it? Where the balls are. Four for Kyren Wilson there, and maybe the replacement of the balls, but I don't think any of this is going to be a big factor in the frame.
Right.
You know, these are two very attacking, pretty good players to watch, aren't they? So to see the balls go like this would be unexpected.
Kyren?
That was a strange old way to leave a red on, isn't it? I don't think he ever considered that it would go over the middle pocket from there. Just playing a fairly innocuous looking safety shot.
One.
Well, Judd Trump is famed for his ability to conjure something substantial out of not very much. But even for him, this is a test. A lot of work to be done to make this visit a telling one. But if anyone can do it, he can.
Yes, I mean, the likes of Judd Trump and indeed Kyren Wilson, the sort of players who can knock in centuries for fun, but this is a kind of table where if you carve out 30, 35, you'd feel that you've done well and put yourself in a strong position. Maybe a break of 40. That would be some effort with not many balls to make it around. And the Reds where they are. So every frame is different.
$14. $15.
The red directly above the black there is seemingly potable to the right corner. Not many others, though, after that will be.
$21. $22.
Well, he certainly disturbed the Reds, but the cue ball far from great.
I mean, he gave it his best shot. He's moved to about 7 or 8 Reds there, but it was a pretty enterprising attempt. But the bottom line is the break ends. He didn't get to that break of 35 or 40. That was saying might have been his target. Now the Reds are better. There's no obvious sort of big safety shot in this position either. Quite hard to think of anything he could do to put Kyren Wilson in a lot of trouble from here. Putting the pink safe, pink and black safe, lead of 18. 22. Not a huge lead, but maybe even a significant one. Mightn't be the prettiest frame though. Just feel it's an absolute must-win frame for Kyren Wilson to lose. Sway the frames 5 in a row. If he was to lose this, it would be a hard match to win from there. Just, I think, on the any confidence he might have started the match with might have drained. So he really has to get back to level, you feel. That's a good start.
His long game has been, as usual, reliable today. That's 8 out of 11, in excess of 70%. Very good return from distance. But since he led 3-0, his best break just 43. And that was in the previous frame, which of course he lost in the end on the colours.
$5. 6.
Well, that wasn't anything special. He obviously tried to drop in behind the black, but yeah, the sort of odd nature of this frame really continues. If you might think about just getting the pink out here and playing safe. I think I might be inclined to do that if I could. Bring a high value colour off the cushion. Try and change the way the frame is panning out.
Kyren Wilson, 6.
One of those frames that is just awkward from the get-go, the high-value colours out of commission. But what a vital one. Trump looking for his 5th in a row to put himself very firmly in charge and within one of victory. Wilson just trying to get himself involved in this match again. He was in charge after 3 frames, but nothing's gone his way since then.
Yeah, it's kind of almost got a bit of a feeling of a decider, this frame, where they can be very edgy and nervy affairs when things go all square with one to play. Sometimes they go sort of similar to the way this one is. But there are more frames still to play, and you know, if Judd could just find any way of winning it, he'd be very happy with the way the match has been turned around. But mistakes seem to creep in from both players. And that's been the story of the afternoon.
Yes, it's hard work at the moment, this frame, for both of them. And there's still an awful lot of snooker, you feel, to come before we know who's going to claim it.
One.
He's played this at extra pace. I suppose that he's quite nice the way he's finished on that red low, which gives him a way back onto a colour, but it's really hard work, this frame, isn't it, now? You know, even with the reds where they are, with the colours all nailed down, the high-value ones, it's like wading through treacle a little bit just to get over the winning line in it. And that was an attempt to can the pink into play, which has not worked. But he has still got a continuation shot on the green. Horribly low scoring frame as well. But they all count.
Eight.
Well, of the two reds in the middle of the table, he'd probably like to play the top red, but the queuing over the yellow is a bit awkward. Can he get to centre ball striking? Maybe just. Nice shot.
9.
So the scores are just trickling in, aren't they, on the into Kyren Wilson's name with this break. Hard graft. Let's get the feeling there is frustration.
13.
But the frame is too important for it to be kind of taken lightly, really. It's a massive frame in the outcome of this match, you feel.
Kyren Wilson, 13.
Never looked likely to be anything substantial, that visit. Table very awkward. And at the end of it, just 1 point between them. Black still glued to the side cushion, pink still out of commission.
No, he went for it. Wasn't certain he would. I thought he would just play off it up the table, because he was playing down, not really having a colour available to him. Had the red even gone in. Now he's left it an easier red. It's just one of those frames just crop up every now and then where nothing really ever happens in it. Balls go awkward. Break building virtually impossible.
Ground ball.
Has he gone far enough to make the red gettable?
5.
They have done. Well there, he could just about get through to it, but he played it right-handed and did well to get the cue ball out, but probably the whole frame might be building up to this next shot if it's successful, getting the two reds in play.
Ground ball.
So his lead is just a handful of points, really. Well, 9 points, in fact. But at least now all the difficult reds are gone. So one of them frames, it was always going to come down to what happened from about here on.
It's been a slow burn for sure, but gradually we're coming towards the climax. Trump going for his 5th frame in a row. Wilson desperate to stop the rot. Get himself back in the match. Oh, that's gone wrong.
Too many of those shots have gone wrong, haven't they, for Kyren today? You know, anything at that sort of length. You know, those shots on the green in an earlier frame where he kept missing altogether, and then the double kiss left it on. It was almost that shot, and here it is, gone wrong again. So he's not doing that part of his game, the sort of tactical safety shots. Someone like Mark Selby, for instance, you'd expect to completely excel in. He has a shot on the green to get down towards this last red. This looks quite good. Oh, very good. I think if you're going to put the cue ball anywhere, that would be a good place with an angle. Just to pop this and get up for some sort of a colour, albeit, as we've said, none are in open play by any means.
Five.
Speaking of Mark Selby, by the way, 3 times a Masters champion, of course, one of only 6 players to achieve that, but he hasn't been past the quarters since 2014. He's in action tomorrow night to complete the first round matches up against Rob Milkins, Welsh Open champion.
Somewhat strange shot there, wasn't it? Because he played into an area where, you know, you can't do much with this. The yellow's at this end of the table, the high value colours mostly at the other, the potable ones.
Pink ball.
Might just put the pink onto the right cushion again.
Trump 5.
Can't argue with that shot. Pink and black safe. 14 points his lead. He's pretty much like gold dust. So he's favourite to win the frame, but he hasn't won it yet. That was a very good shot. The cue ball stopped dead. Well, it's another shot that's gone wrong. Now, it wasn't easy, that one. But at the moment, Trump is being sort of almost drip-fed chances. Too many are coming his way for Kyren Wilson's liking. Well, this frame will not go down as frame of the year. And as well, the early January, I can guarantee there'll be better frames. I'd like to hope there are anyway, because it's been a horrible frame. Balls have gone awkward, balls have been missed. There'll be no highlights package involved in what we're seeing here. As he put the ball over the pocket again, he's got lucky there. Very fortunate, Kyren Wilson. He's left the yellow over the hole and somehow got the cue ball there. There's no skill in that shot. He did not play that.
Inevitably, the longest frame of the match. It's been arduous for both of them, but what a result for Kyren Wilson. Full ball snookered behind the blue, Trump. And it is such a vital frame, even though in terms of quality it is instantly forgettable. Could prove to be pivotal at the end of this particular match.
Foul.
He's caught the brown, goodness me. It's all happening, and he's released the pink.
Well, that's I've no words on that shot. I mean, it's unbelievable that he's knocked all those balls into open play. I'm not sure that could have gone much further wrong than it did.
Yeah, because Wilson needs the pink, which was in a safe spot before that foul. That's why you saw Trump react as he did.
The only glimmer that he's got is that, all right, the brown's in play, but it's quite difficult to get on there, isn't it, with the pink where it is? You know, how do you, especially now that he's landed on the green like this? I don't know how he goes from green to brown. Is it possible even? Maybe a clever shot there. Be unlucky if he hasn't got the snooker. There's a chance of a gap, I suppose. But he tried to maximise the cover he could get from brown, pink and black. Playing the cue ball across that line. I think he can get through with the looks of that. Shake of the head. Can he even pot this? Oh, no, he can hit it.
What a battle this frame has been. It's almost been like a match within a match. Can Wilson emerge with a share of the spoils at 4 each? If he can, he'll quickly forget that the frame has been pretty unpleasant to play in. It'll be a whole lot more so if he loses it for his 5th in a row.
Played that well. That's a nicely executed shot.
As things stand, Trump needs up to the blue, Wilson the pink.
Yeah, Kyren has made the mistake on this sort of shot a few times so far in the match. Well, then he's teetering on the brink of doing the same again. Well, I've got to be honest, he's been lucky a couple of times on that yellow, which Judd didn't escape from properly. And there, something about those shots he's struggling with. But goodness, look at where the balls are finished. Very strange frame.
Now into its 33rd minute. Previous frame was the longest up until this one. In keeping with the added pressure that comes as the match heads towards its conclusion. Going back, Trump having just failed to reach the green. Well, they'll do well to pot this one.
Oh, go on, can you bring it off me, please, just to check it.
About quarter of a ball towards the green spot.
Yeah, just a smidgen that way.
Yeah,
that looks
that's
perfect.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Kyren? Cheers, that's it.
Yeah, I think he played that pretty well. There was always a stronger possibility that sending the cue ball around there would result in a snooker. Well, I just didn't think that looked on. It looked like it was too narrow an angle to hit across there. The only way he can play it and hit that, I think, is if he plays it with pace and screws it into the cushion, sends it wider. But from what I can see there, the middle pocket's mostly in the way. This has got to be put it back absolutely right to ensure that there's not a different shot available. So it has been put back right. He's going a different way. Now, where are all these balls going to finish? I think he's got lucky this time. Yeah. It's the craziest frame I've seen for a while. I think one of the other craziest would have been involving Kyren and Anthony McGillen, that crucible, that was a different, off the charts, wasn't it, for what happened in that frame? But this has been odd. I suppose the fact that it was a decider, that one, made it even more memorable.
Or to win a match of that length with a fluke. The irony was that Kyren Wilson looked more upset about it at the time than his opponent did. I think he was embarrassed to win the match in the way he did, but of course he took it, went on to the final.
Yeah, of course, the other thing that's surreal when you think back is that match was played up behind closed doors, wasn't it? So all the oohs and ahs of the crowd getting involved were not there. That's another mistake from Kyren. He getting all of these shots wrong. All of these pretty basic safety shots, he's hitting them all over the place, quite honestly.
Trump 3 pots away from 5 frames in a row.
3.
This particular one is not going to feature prominently in his memoirs, but he wins it. They'll be highly delighted nonetheless. And he now looks likely to. Well, it's been pretty turgid, hasn't it? The ball's going very awkwardly, very early. High-value colours out of commission. The reds bunched up close to the top cushion. But at the end of it all, it's Trump who's potted the key ball once again. And without touching the heights this afternoon, he somehow managed to win 5 frames in a row from 3-0 down.
Judd Trump 12.
Barring snookers, that is. 16 between them. So once again, second frame running. Wilson needs a snooker with just pink and black left on the table.
Yeah, and the way the balls are, it's almost possible to think that you could get one, isn't it? Black nailed to the left cushion. It's been over there for the whole frame, isn't it? And disappointing frame to lose, really. Kyren's safety has been not great at all, I have to say, on the important points in the frame.
Down at 68% in that regard. This frame has been twice as long as the average frame time for the rest of the match. It's been a real trial for both of them, really, but it looks very likely right now that it's going to be Trump once again who emerges with the frame.
It's such a difficult ask to get a snooker with that black. It couldn't really be in a worse place. So Judd surely just drops this over the pocket and we move on. But the frame just won't die, will it? It's still hanging on by a thread. Well, that was at least an attempt to try and put the pink on the black to make something happen, but I'd be quite surprised if Judd ends up moving the black here. He just wants to ensure he doesn't take the cue ball into a place where he could go in off. Oh, that was a slight risk. Right middle came into play.
Valiant effort from Wilson to try and get behind that black, which isn't really doing him too many favours. And finally, a marathon frame, a very difficult frame, is concluded. But once again, it's gone in Judd Trump's favour, and Kyren Wilson now has a huge ask on his hands. He trails 5 frames to 3. And the pot success has been going in the wrong direction for Wilson as well. So he's lost his way, really, and Trump has just battled his way to a position of strength. A little shake of the head there from Trump, and I think that's indicative of the fact that he knows he's not been anywhere near his A game, and yet Neal has been able to win 5 on the bounce.
Yeah, I mean, he might be shaking his head, but he's actually won a really terrible frame there, and it was a terrible frame. And now his opponent could really have done with it. He could have scrambled it home, but he lost it, and it's now 5-3. Different ball game.
Thank you. The 9th frame. Judd Trump to break. Quiet, please. Sorry.
The crowd turning up the volume. They had to show a fair bit of patience in that frame themselves. It was tough for the 2 players to play, and quite a hard watch, particularly for Kyren Wilson, of course, because he came out the wrong side of it. But that's another good long red. Clearly, he's going to have to find a couple of extra gears from here if he's to turn this his way.
It wasn't a very favourable kiss on the red by the black, though, was it? Because he just glanced it, and now it's gone right centre table. So he's got no shot on the blue. He's got an awkward shot to reach a bolt colour, so that was quite an unlucky glance on the red.
Now he's being attacked from above, as if he hasn't got enough problems on terra firma. It's turning into another frustrating afternoon for Kyren Wilson, and that's kind of been the theme of his season so far.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit tiresome, isn't it? All of these interruptions because of insects is real annoying for the players, and guess what can you do? But you know, for Kyren, he's had a bit of a nightmarish afternoon from 3-0. Wonder now if he can channel that annoyance and frustration and give it one last go in this match. That was a terrific rest shot, and we know what a player he is with the rest.
4.
And if he can just get his annoyance out on the table and start knocking balls in, maybe we've still got a match on our hands. I'm afraid that is not going to cheer him up one bit. And in fact, I can't imagine how he could feel any worse about the way this afternoon has gone after that last shot.
One. Six.
Well, the red is so close to the corner pocket means getting out onto high value colour. Not always easy, but he's played it really well.
7.
So now the winning line is somewhere in sight for Judd Trump. So he would be pleased with the afternoon's work. Yes, he's not played anywhere near when he picked up those 3 tournaments back to back, but
14.
to just eke out a win here from 3-0 down without playing well, it would take some take some stopping, it would be well appreciated by him.
$15.
He's got the angle to go into the bunch. And if he wants to, he'll be playing on the loose red. It's been that kind of afternoon where if you go into the bunch, you mightn't fancy getting on one.
22.
Just looking over at Kyren in his chair there, he looks
23.
thoroughly fed up, as you can imagine. But he might come back to the table soon now. Judd's got pink to middle, but I don't know what red follows it, because he, of course, played on the black. Tried to make something happen here, but all that happened was red covered the path towards the black.
No room in its own spot, so behind the cluster of reds for the pink. No spots available. Can't be touching that red, of course.
Thank you. 29. Judd Trump, 29.
So a 25-point lead for Trump in his bid to close this out with his 6th consecutive frame.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Kyren Wilson's lost yet, because we can still see a close match, but he's kind of his safety play, not so much on these shots necessarily, but the amount of times he's had a thin safety shot of one ball that's been down on the bottom cushion and he's left something on every time. It's been a mixed bag from Wilson, not all of it very good. You know, he started nicely, but he's not finishing it very well this match. I'm sure he'll be very disappointed should he lose, which he hasn't yet. But Judd Trump continues to just hold the upper hand even in this frame.
Judd Trump, 1.
Very well played. Great escape, that one. That was a really good shot this time from Kyren Wilson. Well, this is the sort of shot which has caused Kyren Wilson problems. Just this escape back to bulk, which looks at this level as if he should always find a way of doing it, but very often he's left something on. Well, this time he took a pot on, but is it the same result? Has he found some cover? I think he's just about all right. Well, he's looking there, not at a plant, but just to ensure that any of those 4 reds that he's going to glance thin off do not end up over a pocket. And I'm not sure that he's convinced that they won't go over one, so he's looking at a different possibility now. He doesn't like it very much. Well, I don't think he played that. I'm pretty sure he didn't, because if it was a plant, he certainly would have played it a lot quicker than he ended up taking on the shot. He took a good while on it, over a minute, and I think he just fell into the pocket. And things just feel like they're going from bad to worse from Kyren. Maybe the last thing he needed there was a fluke against him after everything that's gone before. Let's have another look at it. Yeah, no, he didn't have a clue. It went off the blue, the pink anyway. So I think he was worried about that red going over the pocket, but he didn't think about it going in. So here is an opportunity to finally put this match away. And it's not been a classic, but let's be honest, you just got to win and be in the tournament and then play a classic match next round. Well, the black definitely potted there, as you can see from that low angle, but it's one of those when you've got to be right behind it to feel confident, comfortable on it.
Judd Trump 5.
From Kyren Wilson's point of view, he's got to be saying to himself, well, I'm 5-3 behind, but it's not as though my opponent has been playing lights-out snooker as he's been doing for a lot of the season. If I could just find a little bit of form myself, I can still win this match. It's only 3 frames in a row to win. His opponent's won 5. It's a better safety from Wilson.
Well, the first red on the right there, as you can see, he's going for that. Goes clearly into the left corner. A terrific pot. Now, is there something left for Kyren to work with in this match? This is certainly a chance to peg him back to 5-4.
It's one area of the game where Wilson has been superior today. It's long potting. 10 out of 14, very good. Trump at 6 out of 13, which for him is below par for sure.
Well, all of a sudden, the ball's looking much more promising positions than they did earlier, and that black we saw does go to the left corner. Not sure whether Kyren has even given it any thought yet. And also, well, he might have been able to play on it here, but I think he's going back up to for the blue.
6.
That was the plan.
What he hasn't been able to do, Wilson, with any regularity today, has been to score. In fact, since frame 2, his highest break, just 43. Can he put that right here and get himself just 1 down with 2 to play, and then he's right back in the mix again.
9.
Very poor. I don't know, he's looking down suspiciously at his cue. I don't know what could have changed about it from earlier, but all I know is that that shot has not worked out well.
Maybe it's one of those flies he was swatting.
Brown ball.
Yes, another disappointingly early end to an opportunity to score. That's been the pattern for Wilson since he led 3-0.
That was a well-avoided double kiss.
This is not an uncommon problem here at Ali Pali, the flies interfering somewhat with play, but it seems to have been particularly prevalent today. And again, Trump not quite A1 from distance.
Yeah, now that he's got himself in a position of strength, he isn't quite able to just deliver the killer blow, it seems. Touches the sort of frame of mind involving snooker. So Kyren is going to have to just force his way back into this match somehow, which is not beyond him. But on the balance of play, he'd have to improve greatly on anything we've seen.
Well, the frustration is beginning to boil over. It's understandable, that shot going wrong immediately as he looked to go in and out of baulk, but you can see Wilson just thoroughly exasperated at the way another match seems to be getting away from him, as it's been doing for a lot of the season so far.
The only way it could have gone worse is that he nearly went in behind the yellow as well, and I don't think I'd have known what kind of reaction he would have done had he ended up behind the yellow and snookered. It's been an extremely frustrating afternoon for him. I feel his pain having played this game, but it's been off the charts, really, these frames. I think the last frame being so drawn out, 40 minutes of nothing much very exciting happening, except eventually Judd won the frame. It's kind of knocked the real steam out of this match. But we're at the very crucial stage now. Kyren is just so... He hasn't given up. He's so hopeful of turning things around, but I think he feels right now a little hard done by, as if things have pretty much conspired against him. Just the feeling I have. I mean, obviously, should he lose, whether he wins, of course, we'll hear from him. But if it doesn't go his way, I can't think that it'll be an easy interview.
Kyren Wilson won.
One thing we do know is, and clearly he is feeling more than a little frustrated right now, he'll continue to fight. He's not a quitter, Kyren Wilson, that's for sure. And he's also, I'm sure, conscious of the fact that it's not as though Trump is playing anything like his best either, so it wouldn't take a lot for Wilson to still get back in contention in this match. He could win this frame.
Foul. Miss. Kyren Wilson fall.
No one moved the middle pocket. It's always been there. It's a kind of long way away from making any contact with the red, wasn't it, what happened?
Okay.
Problem with that shot is it's so hard to hit it hard enough to keep what's coming off at all those weird angles, and he won't be having it put back. There's a little bit of a hope that I think he's just seeing come his way, this chance.
One.
So it's now or never, isn't it? The way things have gone. He hasn't won a frame for a good few hours.
Eight. Nine.
So now, Kyren Wilson edges to
16.
the front. I mean, if he was to take the black with this, then he could roll the green in. That's on his
17.
His radar. A lead of 18 points with this and 20. Just roll the green in for 23, lead with 22 left. So he's still thinking clearly, playing on the black. It was easier to play on the blue. Well, he's a trusty player with the rest, so he won't mind this shot.
24.
He won't mind this shot at all.
He's had to wait an awfully long time for his fourth frame at 3-0 up. you couldn't have imagined this scenario really, because Judd Trump was struggling a bit. Wilson was looking good. He'd made breaks of 65, 76 on his way to that 3-0 advantage. Since then, no joy at all until now.
26.
There'll be nothing flash here because this is frame ball. And the only way he could possibly miss it is if he played it with a lot of pace and tried to get on the next ball, the brown. So this is the one. All credit to him, because this frame, I think, has been as frustrating as anything for him. But Kyren is battling on as we expected him to.
We saw him get angry, whacking the table when he lost position. Maybe he needed to. Maybe that ultimately might be to his benefit. Brown stays out.
29.
It's as though Trump snookered on it. And he needs snookers. 23 behind.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose still got a chance of getting one. Maybe
Settle down now, please.
it's just pink and black left. Although the pink where it's placed, you know, it's not a terrible place for getting one. And here's his chance. Good shot. I expect Kyren to hit that. It's quite a big target. Off one cushion or maybe even two. So I don't think there's going to be a problem. Don't know if he can go around the back. No. Well, if you can get snooker behind the black, it's pretty a difficult snooker to hit because it's just the way the black is placed. Just an attempt at one there.
Thank you. 5.
The last three frames have lasted nearly an hour and 40 minutes combined. It's been a bit of a grind for both players. For the time being, it looks as though Kyren Wilson is stopping the rot, but there's still some jeopardy.
Yeah, I mean, he was a bit unlucky there. The angle he was coming in at was hard to get the snooker. Say it again, all I'll mention is that should he get a snooker, it could be a horrid one to hit. Although, from this shot, it's hard to foresee anything like that happening. Well, twice across here, perhaps. Well, this is where the chance has come to either roll it over the top right pocket, or of course he plays it to the middle. There's always that slight worry about the cue ball going in off somewhere, although it doesn't appear that that's the case here.
Finally, Kyren Wilson is rewarded for sheer persistence as he stops the rot. Judd Trump's 5-frame burst is halted. Wilson's back in it, 5-4 down. Finally, some joy for Kyren Wilson. That should lighten his mood as he wins his 4th frame. A good couple of hours and more after he clinched his 3rd to lead 3-0. At that stage, it was that man in trouble. Trump has battled and scrapped his way to 5 consecutive frames, but wasn't able to take the match out there, despite getting in front early in the frame. And Wilson, well, as we know, he's got tremendous stick ability. He still looks in the zone, doesn't he, Neal? And, well, we could still be in for a nerve-shredding decider here.
We could be. I mean, obviously, at 3-0, he looked very good. At 5-3, he didn't look so great at all. But there could be a 3rd twist in this match, based on what we're seeing. There's a bit of frailty in amongst both players.
Kyren Wilson to break. Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Frame 10 of a possible 11. Can Kyren Wilson set up a decider? He breaks off 5-4 adrift.
Yeah, and he's done away with the strange break as well, hasn't he? It's worth noting. Breaking off in a very unconventional way until that frame.
Trump's long game today, as mentioned, has not been great. 6 out of 13, 46% that equates to.
Whichever phone that is, can we have it switched off, please?
Got a phone going off in the arena. Hence Trump just wisely taking a few moments before that is sorted.
It's underneath there.
Can he knock this one in, get himself in early in the frame he needs for victory?
It's been a day of distractions, isn't it, really, with a few insects getting onto the playing area and the odd mobile phone going off. It's not been seemingly an easy afternoon for either player to really focus and get their entire concentration in order. Hard enough game as it is without other things getting in the way that are not really within your controls.
Long way off with that one.
Wasn't it just? Wasn't it just? And this time there can be no escape.
Can you keep your noise down, please? One.
Who saw that coming? Well, inevitably, I guess, as you head towards the climax, the nerves become a little more jangly, the pressure descends.
Yes, all true, isn't it? But really, this is a pretty simple shot to miss. We saw one at the very outset that Kyren missed a bad red in frame one, which could have cost him actually, but he didn't. But the brown there was up there with all the others. Anyway, this could open the bunch up, or it certainly will open them up.
This has got to encourage Wilson, hasn't it, to believe that this afternoon could yet work out as he'd hoped, which seemed highly unlikely at 5-3 down.
Well, he couldn't have known that red was going to go up there. And it hasn't gone
8.
Simple as a pot either. I guess you start the new year with all great hopes and ideas and aspirations. Everything you hope that's going to happen will, but, you know, it's not really how the afternoon has panned out. I mean, obviously, whoever loses is going to be greatly disappointed with their performance unless something extraordinary happens from here on in. Whoever wins will just dust themselves down and hope that there's a big performance around the corner in the next round. I didn't like that shot because he missed a red into that pocket by a long way, didn't he, just previously? And he's a human being, and his mind might have been on the previous shot, which was more difficult than that one, might add. Really, I don't expect to see Kyren, of all people, missing these shots with his very straight cue action, but he missed that one all right. Now has Judd got one last push? That's what he needs.
1.
Would have been rather alarmed when he missed the brown, but no real damage done. Back in.
Well, even the next shot might test him, Philip, because this red, if he plays the red to the left corner
6.
up for the blue, the kind of afternoon it's been, you know, you wouldn't say this is a certainty either, this next shot. And it went, though.
Yes, as you say, that was tougher than it looked under this sort of pressure now. With a match to be won, the place in the quarterfinals to be claimed.
$12.
Yeah, the chance to play on the black was very tempting, and he had to take it. I think this is where, as you see him nearly miss that black, you don't get too far ahead of yourself. Just every pot is another brick being just placed in the wall, really, of just getting over the line. It's not a question of
21.
I need to make 80 here because he hasn't been making many breaks like that. So you take it piece by piece, and eventually the winning line arrives.
$28. $29. $36. 37.
He's not played anywhere approaching his best today, Judd Trump, but he's got
44.
Such a winning streak this season under his belt. 22 wins in a row, 3 consecutive ranking
45.
titles. One of only 5 players in the game's history to achieve that. But it's forged a real self-belief that was perhaps a little absent last season, even though he won this title. Certainly in the ranking events, none of which he was able to win. That unshakable belief that he can turn matches around when required, when he's struggling, is well and truly back. But once again, just when it looked as though he was on the cusp of getting into a position to clinch frame and match, things have gone wrong.
It's hard to think you're going to finish there, isn't it? I mean, he's screwing across the table. The half-ball kiss is why, had he not hit that in that one place, that red, he would have had a better shot than he has. I don't know what he's going to do here. I mean, he could play the red on the left, either to cut it in over the ball, or would he even think about doubling it for safety?
Judd Trump,
No,
52.
he's just taking what he can. It's a very healthy lead, but in the context of today, I wouldn't rule out anything from here.
You can see the frustration written all over Trump's face that he wasn't able to apply the killing thrust there. But 45, a very handy lead nonetheless. Wilson with very little room to manoeuvre now.
Well, he's looking at the chance to just push one red onto the pink, maybe not the pink into an area of safety, but most of all getting the cue ball into a safe haven as well. It's quite a good shot. Pink's not gone safe, but as I say, the cue ball is buried under the cushion. I think he'd be more than happy with that outcome.
What a shot.
Would have loved a little nudge, half ball on that pink, just to bring the pink into play. Oh, if you're going to play the brown ball, it's a beautiful shot, well worth seeing again. Lovely cueing. Now, if he plays the brown ball and misses it, I suspect that is game over. If he gets it, well, it takes him, puts him right back in the picture. So this shot's huge. He could be disappointed with something there. Something, maybe a kick. We don't hear about those very often.
5.
But anyway, in it went. Yeah, a kick, I think it was. Bit of a rarity with all the new chalk available.
He is a tremendous competitor, Kyren Wilson. He'll give every ounce of effort he's got in a bid to turn this match his way, and it would be one of the more satisfying victories of his career, I think, if he could pull it off, because for most of the afternoon he's been thoroughly frustrated, but he's not given in, that's for sure. And that was a sensational red just now, potting his way out of trouble.
Yeah, he gets his rewards in the end with the pink, which he would have liked to have been on from that great red. So obviously that left-hand red is going to cause him a problem, and he's still 33 behind, so he'll absolutely need a piece of the action over there.
Already inadvertently
13.
pushed into that safe spot a few shots ago. Trump will now be hoping that comes to his rescue.
Can you please put your wrappers away, please?
Well, he's got the shot if he wants to, I think, to take the red off the cushion, but of course, in doing so, he might not end up on anything. No, he is. That's very well played. He's on the red that he's knocked out. The point being that the cube was going to finish there.
20.
So it would have to be the red that you cannon into that he was going to try and play next. Now the cube, which is running towards the bulk area. Now this all of a sudden, the determination of this man is starting to pay off.
And you saw Trump's frustration a few minutes ago when it looked as though he was heading to the winning line, lost position. When he was on that break of 52. And now every reason to be concerned. But he's going to have to
24.
win this by virtue of a decider. But there's pressure on every pot from here on in. He's so emphatic, though, isn't he, with the rest, Wilson? It's not just the fact that he pots them, it's the way in which he does. He plays them in such a way that he just thoroughly expects to get every one.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got to do this, isn't he? I mean, clearly, in the context of today, there's been a lot of mistakes that have been made.
27.
I think, understandably, feel he'll clear up and get the score level here. Still got to do it.
28. $31.
Well, needs all of them, all 6 balls.
$33. $36.
One of our features that you'll catch on Discovery Plus, Kyren Wilson earmarks his determination, his temperament as one of his greatest assets. And we've seen plenty
40.
of evidence of that this afternoon, because he struggled to find his A game, certainly after the first couple of frames. Yes, he led 3-0. Since then,
45.
it's been, by and large, a very difficult afternoon for him, but he's never wavered in his determination to give it everything in a bid to turn it his way. And now
51.
he's being rewarded. This black to take us the distance. Gutsy, warrior-like from Wilson. Very impressive. His family certainly approve. His wife Sophie giving him a well-deserved round of applause. We're going all the way. It's 5 each.
I mean, of course, we should mention that Judd has won a block of 5 frames in a row in this match, and to lose it, that would be quite something under those circumstances.
A big roar for the return of Kyren Wilson. There's the handshake. And here we go, a 1-frame shootout to determine who will play Ali Carter in the Masters quarterfinals. It's taken till the 3rd afternoon to have a final frame decider.
Yeah, interesting beginning to this deciding frame, and now with 2 reds going up the table, we might be in for that sort of a frame where players can't really put the cue ball in the bulk end. He might try and pop this. No. So now already I think we know where we stand here. It's a different kind of frame to what we've seen. Could be tactical.
The 19 previous meetings, only 4 have gone the distance between this pair. And Wilson has won 3 of them, including, of course, most significantly, out in Shanghai when he claimed his maiden ranking title in 2015.
On a miss.
No, didn't make it.
Kyren Wilson 4.
He had to ensure that he only just got there. He didn't want to overhit it and come off the side of the red and leave something. He was finished quite a long way short of his intended destination, i.e. the bottom of the bunch. That's good, because he can't just drop into them now very easily on that right side. So now we've seen, Kyren going 3-0 up and Judd looking not really at the races. Judd taking 5 in a row. And it looked like there's only one possible winner. Now Kyren Wilson's come back and he appears, on the face of it, the stronger player. Been a real seesaw match.
Trump has left the red. As you can see, it clearly goes to the centre. Not easy, but a chance for Wilson. Once again, the midges are having their say. Must be incredibly frustrating for the players. Inevitably, concentration disturbed. What a big moment this is in the match. Red spread invitingly if this goes in. It's there. Advantage Kyren Wilson.
Enough now, please. Eight.
Well, he's being urged on by his family. And I know he's a big family man, is Kyren, and then even at 5-3 down, when things really did look bad in the context of this match, he probably hadn't given up, but now he has found something. Terrific way to get in. Trying to take the cue ball out into an area. So he's got red to left centre, so what a chance this is all of a sudden.
16.
Feels like a match that could transform his season, because things were going much the way of the rest of the campaign 17. For him when he trailed 5-3 from 3-0 up. Finley, Bailey getting excited. His wife Sophie watching on, looking a little pensive, understandably. But if he could pull this off, well, that could be the catalyst for a special second half of the campaign for this man. Temperament is all important in this sport, and
24.
Wilson has always been possessed of a very good one, and if he does win today, it'll be down to that as much as anything else.
$25.
This is slightly awkward queuing, but the red is pretty much easy. I'm not sure he'll need the spider to make it happen. In fact, he could just reach it. Well, if you're Judd Trump now, it's kind of out of your hands for now, isn't it? In the same way it's been out of Kyren Wilson's at stages of this match, but for now, Judd can only hope that this man makes an error.
$33. $34.
Well, a few low-value colours with these reds for now. He's just not taking the break completely away from Judd Trump. Certainly not taking the match away from him either. He still has to hope that he misses. This yellow goes up onto the pink spot. Just slightly out of position
56.
there, but he, as we know, is a good rest player. Not finished in the ideal place.
The break he conjured out of nowhere, really. in the previous frame was arguably the best of the match. Not numerically, but remember he got in with that sensational red when he looked in trouble. Tight to the top rail. And that seems to have given him the inspiration to put himself within sight of what would be a very significant victory after a difficult season to date.
And once again, he's still not quite perfect on
41.
this. Reaches for the rest. Just screw it in, maybe off the cushion, onto another bolt colour. So it's all good stuff, but like I say,
42.
there is significant work still to do to make this match his. It's quite a good area to concentrate on there with two reds up the top there available to left middle. And take your pick which one you want to play. Of course, you'll take the bottom one of the two, and everyone getting nervous. You can almost play every shot there
46.
watching. It becomes quite an emotional roller coaster.
$51.
Well, there's another bad kiss. We saw one in the previous frame, which eventually could cost Judd the chance to get the frame and match one. This has not been a very favourable one either off that ball. Oh, goodness me.
Kyren Wilson, 51.
Proved significant. He just got a little flick, which meant that the next shot was awkward. And this is kind of, this match just doesn't seem to be winnable for either player. Amazing. Someone's going to win it, obviously, but it just feels that way.
Team Wilson going through agonies, watching in the arena. Judd Trump given a lifeline. What can he do with it?
Can you believe there was a gap there? I mean, there was only the width of a ball, I think, that he could go through there to get between the yellow and the red below the pink. I mean, I think when Kyren missed that red to middle, he thought, well, look, I probably will get cover on that red from all of the other balls in the middle of the table, but there was a
6
path through to the red somehow. Amazing.
Well, this is the test of a champion, isn't it? Coming to the table, 55 adrift.
7.
Can Trump make this reprieve pay and keep his hopes of a third Masters title on track?
Well, he definitely can, but it's been such a strange afternoon of snooker. I wouldn't rule
14.
out anything right now. There was some
15.
suspicion that, you know, when Kyren was in with that last visit, having done so well the frame before, that would just end the match. But snooker's not always like that, is it? There was a few more twists, and goodness, there still could be further ones from here even. He'd love to play on the pink, but does it go? Is enough of the pink exposed to be able to pot it?
70.
Or is the red covering? Obviously on that shot he didn't have the option, but he would love to be able to play the pink from the second last red. And then, well, everything's there. Well, it hasn't been always high standard snooker, but what a match
25.
It's turned into at the conclusion.
Enormous pressure on every one of these pots at this late stage of proceedings. Trump must have thought he was bowing out just a few minutes ago. But in goes the pink. And he is firmly in the driving seat now. Even though he's still 23 adrift, they're all there for him.
Well, that was the key, wasn't it? And he was really examining the prospects of all that, just being able to get on the pink, and he achieved a lot in doing so. So now there's nothing safe, but it's only the situation that can stop him, really. But with all the colours on their spots, it's a wonderful opportunity. It's been a dramatic afternoon. Lots of thrills and spills.
And you've got to feel for Kyren Wilson, because he's shown the heart of a lion to get himself not only back into contention, having lost 5 in a row, but on the cusp of victory just now. Lost prime position and crucially left Trump the opening red when he could easily have not done so. But these star players
47
are almost always ruthless when they get the opportunity, when they win a reprieve. They're ready to take it.
Well, he played that well, because it's always the one thing that can go wrong.
52.
So now, and what could go wrong possibly, it's just maybe some tension in the air, but this is absolutely A1. It's taken us all 58. The way down to the final ball, this match.
What a battle, what a thriller. Kyren Wilson knows the game is up. He's contributed greatly. But it's the defending champion who has the final word. What a match. Judd Trump has come through to reach his 8th Masters quarter-final. Tremendous performance. A match of wild fluctuations. 3-0 down, 5-3 up, pegged back to a decider. He's won it.
Judd, I think we all need to lie down now, let alone you. What a clearance, what a match, great drama.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a scrappy game, I think. It was nip and tuck the whole way through, and obviously I felt like I kind of threw it away at 5-4, but yeah, Kyren made an amazing break to go 5-0, and then he looked like he was going to get over the line the last frame. He just left that little gap, and I took him quite well.
And lest we forget, last year you had a couple of 6-5 victories, tight matches en route to winning the Masters for a second time. You never know.
Yeah, it must be something about this venue. I felt I just needed a chance to get out there and try and clear up. But yeah, it's amazing to play again, amazing to play in front of these fans, and so happy to be through to the next round.
You are a big stage performer. Ladies and gentlemen, your reigning champion is through.
We've had to wait for the third day to get a final frame decider, and it has come in some style. Final frame, final ball, what a roller coaster. But the action does not stop in the Masters. It is time for the 6th of the last 16 matches. That kicks off this evening, and it's between no one less than the former Masters champion, Neal Robertson, and the European Masters reigning winner, Barry Hawkins. To get your hands on it. And Al, in terms of the match we've just seen, Kyren Wilson, Judd Trump, I mean, it was almost a match of two halves until it wasn't. It was a rollercoaster ride.
It was, yeah. The only thing that was missing was the A game from both of them. We suspected that Kyren might struggle today because of the struggles he's had all season long, but the snooker gods continue to shine on Judd Trump. How he got the job done in the end, I don't know. The gap presented itself in the decider, and he got the job done. But you've still got, when it presents itself, you've got to have the wherewithal to be able to take the chance, and that's why he's in the next round.
Judd Trump seems to have a special belief, Jim, because at 3-0 down, he wins the all-important fourth frame for the mid-session, and then he just did what he needed to do.
He's full of so much confidence. This time last year, OK, went on to win the Masters. The way he won them 6-5s in the first two rounds last year was scrappy. You know, today he looked full of confidence, even though he was 3-0 down. When he went 3-1, he's in the match. He then looks like he's going to win the match, and he loses position. He gets one chance in the last frame and he cleared up. He's full of confidence, full of self-belief, and he didn't play his A game today, but he didn't need to. You know, he put Kyren in trouble when he had to, because he knew he was struggling, and in the end, to get the job done the way he did is because he's got that in the bag. He's got that A game, and it's self-belief.
Lots of players, Radzi, top players I'm talking about, when the chips are down and their form's not there, as Jimmy's talking about the A game, the head drops, the shoulders drop. That never happens with Judd Trump. I want to just explain a few things to you. Let's get over to touchscreen and look at it. I want to show you the first shot here now. Judd's 3-1 behind. Do you need guts? Do you need, you know, that wherewithal to get the job done? You do. It's a blue that looks quite innocuous, actually, but it's half ball. It's a shot that he goes on to make a nice 80-odd or a century. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, the point of it is, it's missable. He's 3-1 behind. The shoulders are down. Maybe the head's down. Not a bit of it. If he doesn't pot this, which is very missable, bearing in mind he's just come back from the interval, he's had no table time, in it goes. I want to just touch on Kyren Wilson, actually. The fact that he's not in good form, I want to show you a long pot that he played. Now, I'm thinking here, the black's on, OK, but if he goes here with the cue ball and maybe up into this area, the blue's waiting, the pink's probably waiting, he decides to play on the black. For me, that's putting all the eggs in the basket in some way. We'll just watch him playing it. He plays it OK, but he doesn't get nicely on the black. Now, Kyren Wilson, in recent years, as we know, would pot that black, no problem at all. But because he's playing the man in form, the man who's winning a lot of titles this season, he's under a lot of pressure. The black goes astray. Judd steps in and makes, I think it was 83, to win that frame. So the problems are continuing. Later on, actually, credit to Kyren to get himself back in the match. An example of it here, he's got a long red. He can play on the black if he wishes, but it's risky. So what do? Get the cue ball back up table. That's what you really got to do. Hedge bets, blue's waiting, baulk colours are waiting. So this was a smart play, I thought, by Kyren Wilson. So you've got to give him credit for sticking in there, hanging in there as long as you can, and get back into the match. He didn't win the frame from that, but he got about his work, got about his business. But the fact will always remain, Radzi, that if you don't put away Judd Trump, especially in this season, you're going to be in trouble. You get a chance, you've got to put him to sleep early.
Oh, that was a superb explanation of just how he manages to do that. Jimmy, if I go back to, say, something like 2011, Judd Trump, he was a different player. Did he make a conscious decision to say, I can't always have that A game, so I need to change it up?
Yeah, I think, you know, when he played John Higgins in the World Championship, he could have won it, and he didn't. He was well in front, and John Higgins pecked him back through experience. I think then he produced this, instead of like this naughty snooker that he used to say, you know, entertaining the crowd, he still does that when the frame is finished, and he still has all these shots that are important in live play. But he seems to play the right shots now, uses his power shots when he needs to, closes it down when he needs to, and he's got his B and C game are very good, safety, and if he's not making century breaks, it's all there. So it just makes him a winning machine. With his natural talent and his confidence, he is the man to beat this season without a shadow of a doubt. He's a different player to the guy who won the Masters last year. He's much more confident.
What also goes before you in the early part of the season actually follows you around. We were looking at the numbers, weren't we, before the end of the match there. He was 7-1 to the good in deciders this season. I'm talking about it follows you around. And that's why it helps you in the decider. When the chance presents itself, you fancy the job, and he did it.
So to be clear, he's now 8-1 in deciding frames this season. That's unbelievable bottle. Huge. It says everything about the guy. Jimmy, there was an interesting frame, the penultimate frame, frame 10. So Kyren is 5-4 down. It was a must-win frame, and it could have gone either way, essentially from start to finish.
This was, like, incredible. Judd Trump here is 1,000 to 1 on to be in the next round. He's clipped that red thin. He's got no shot at all. He doesn't panic. He doesn't try to double the red. He puts Kyren in trouble, plays a really good safety shot, puts the white tight behind the black. Kyren's got no shot at all. He played a fantastic red. He's hoping to get a kiss on the pink there. Doesn't get a kiss. Pots another brown and clears up from here. This brown was missable. Most of these shots were difficult, even the next cut back red. But showed his bottle. This was a nice shot to get the second to last red out into live play. Third to last red out to live play, sorry, and goes on to clear up. You know, fantastic stuff. But Judd, you know, it didn't bother him at all. He was fine. And this is the shot out that's cost him the position.
Yeah, this is the one where you try to play the 3 Ps, percentage positional play, and he kind of didn't. He tries to find a cannon where if he just plays into an area in between the pink and the red that's nearest that right middle pocket, the one that one right there, somehow or other this gap, Jimmy, I don't know where it appears from, but it's there.
It's unbelievable. You know, once he can see that, he's come the wrong side of the blue here, but so full of confidence with his long game, just leaves himself short on the red. And this pink was difficult because he only had half the pocket to go in. Make no mistake, Trump is in such a good frame of mind. The only way he was going to miss in that clearance if he got a kick.
Sometimes in deciders, we're talking about the 7-1 coming in to the good this season. In deciders, if you're on the wrong end of them, what happens is you get the chance in the decider, even if it's a really good one, and your eyes start deceiving you because the pressure starts biting, and you can't get away from it. You know, you can't shake it off. So you start seeing things and whoa, 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 and it goes, you miss. You just miss because you can't physically see the shot that's in front of you. Because he's got the wins behind him, the titles, all that stuff, I can handle the pressure, no problem. What, another decider? Not a problem. And he's seen it all. That's why that pink going right in the heart of the pocket, and you knew the writing was on the wall.
We talk about temperament of players. We talk about Mark Williams, Mark Selby. Perhaps Judd Trump is entering that frame because with performances like that, with deciding frames like that, is there anyone better? Well, Kyren Wilson can take some solace in the fact he did manage to surmount some form of a comeback after being 3-0 to the good. And here's what he said to Rachel after that one.
Kyren, compelling viewing as a fan, but for yourself to be 3-0 up and the deciding frame to have, you know, done all the hard work, a really tough loss, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sick. You know, I could be a robot and just try and be professional, but I'm fuming, to be honest. Should never have lost that match. I can't believe I've left the red through the gap. It was like a bull's width. But then, you know, if I was to be ultra critical, played the wrong shot. I played to sort of bring the red out from beneath the pink and land on a ball. I should have just played on the ball, but you know, you still don't expect sort of that to happen. But you know, every credit to Judd. It's hard to hold yourself together even if the balls are there. So yeah, every credit to him.
You'd a few distractions to deal with today, completely out of your control. I'd imagine that's tough to keep your concentration under those circumstances.
Yeah, I remember playing a safety shot off a green and no one would be aware of it, but as I've left it over the middle pocket, a fly landed on my head. So it's completely put me off the shot and I've double hit the green. But, you know, the venue's that good, I don't mind having to deal with it. So, you know, it is what it is.
And just a word on your family. I know your boys were here to support you. They will have loved it. You know, win or lose, obviously they wanted you to win, but it was a very special day for them.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm trying to do now. It's all really good experience for my kids. You know, if they want to take up this sport, which I think at least one of them does, it's just great experience. So, you know, hopefully a kick in the teeth like that will teach them. So, yeah, good experience, yeah.
And just finally, because I know you've been saying about, you know, it's coming, you know, this form, it's coming, you're working hard and all of that. Do you think you can learn anything from today?
Not really, no, I always think I'm so close. I'm always, you know, you're playing the defending champion, he's nicked it on the black, so you can't be doing too much wrong. But, you know, I don't want to just be here losing 6-5 on the black. I want to be winning these events. This is what I've turned professional for. This is what gets the juices flowing. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go and hibernate for 2 weeks.
Bless you. I know it's hard. It's really hard. And thank you for your honesty and, of course, your time as well.
All the best. Cheers. Thanks.
Well, commiserations to Kyren Wilson, but congratulations to this man here who's just taken his seat. Judd Trump, your 8th Masters quarter-final. Once again, like against Ryan Day, it was a deciding frame, and somehow you've come through it again.
Yeah, it was a strange game, really. Struggled to go 3-0 down, and then after that...
So, Judd, unfortunately, we don't have a mic for you, so we can see if we can sort one out now, just in the meantime, because we'd love to hear what you're going to say. But just very quickly, Al, you were going to mention something about Kyren Wilson off the back of that.
Yeah, for all the good stuff that Judd's done this season, there's been tons of it. We can feel for Kyren for a second or two, because I'll think back to the Wuhan event. He played a qualifying match early season, and he lost to He Guoquang 5-4, and he took a really bad, nasty beat in the decider of that as well, to make him not get out there to Wuhan, which, of course, Judd took care of when he got there. But he's just going through a bit of the ringer at the moment. But things will turn, because Kyren Wilson's strong of mind, he's strong of character, he works hard as well. So he's going to keep at it, you know, and he'll get there eventually.
We're going to hear from Judd in just a second. And, Jimmy, one thing about this man here, a bit strange to talk about him while he was next to us, but the confidence of the man, the season he's had so far has been unbelievable.
We talk about the difference with Judd when become world champion and, you know, his good B game. Last year when he won the Masters, for me, he wasn't playing at his best. Now, that, you know, he won a couple of scrappy games to get through 6-5. Then he's gone on this season to really, like, play fantastic stuff. Do what not a lot of players can do, won 3 ranking tournaments. That's why, for me, he was so calm in that last frame. When he's got that opportunity, that red through to Watford, we couldn't believe the gap that's appeared. You know, once that red goes in, we fancy him doing it, because he's full of confidence, he's calm, he's in control. You know, even at 3-0 down, he wasn't concerned. There was no, you know, there was a few, as Judd said, a little bit of a scrappy game, but he wasn't concerned because he knows that if he gets the opportunity, he's going to do the business.
Well, now we can actually speak to the man. Judd, in terms of the C word, confidence, you must be brimming with it right now.
Well, it was a bit of a struggle out there today, I think, just because even though I haven't had a long break after Christmas, I was out playing in China in a tournament, it's still, when you come to these events, you don't want to go out in the first round. So you still, for me, I put myself under a little bit of pressure. You want to get through that first game, have a couple of days off and just relax into the tournament. So I've never really been a quick starter in these big events.
Something I love about this guy, right, and it applies to a lot of the top players, you're not too proud to get down in the weeds and tough it out, are you?
No.
You've got to do it, because even the 3 tournaments that you won, it wasn't all Hollywood wins 4-1-4. You've got to get down there and tough it out and come through, and that's what you did, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be going home in that first round, so you just got to do anything you possibly can. You try and buy yourself time. To be honest, a couple of the frames went scrappy, and I was happy with that. I felt like I needed that, and I felt that was probably my best way of winning today. Another day, I would never play like that, but I think I'm just able to maybe recognise the situation a lot better than I was maybe 5 years ago.
What is it about this format, this tournament and this event that you seem to just love so much? Because if we ignore the COVID year that you withdrew from, out of your last 4 appearances, 3 have been to a semi-final, 2 of them you've won.
I think for me, it's just the atmosphere and the excitement, the buzz of playing in London. I think this is, to be honest, this is the one that I get excited by. I know the World Championship is special, but I get excited to come here. I get excited to come to London.
The World Championship's work, isn't it?
World Championship is work. This is, for me, this is kind of the pinnacle of crowds. It doesn't get better than playing in front of this crowd. Jimmy knows, Alan knows, he played here many times, and the noise out there is deafening when you're playing well, and it's just something that every top player loves.
It's also incredibly tense, especially, as Jimmy likes to call it, the Watford. So the gap that was left, that you threaded the eye of the needle. Can we remind ourselves of that one there? Because Jimmy got very excited at that point.
Well, you know, when he's 5-4 up, Judd, he's 1,000 to 1 on to win the match. But when this disappeared, we couldn't believe it, Alan, could it? It was like 7 balls there blocking the middle pocket.
But as we were saying just before Judd joined us, it's all right getting the chance. It's another thing taking it, isn't it?
Yeah, I was looking at his face as he was walking around the table. I was trying to see if there's a gap, and he looked disappointed.
Oh, okay.
I think the red was so over the pocket though. There was still, even if I couldn't see that, there was still another chance to plant it anyway. So I felt that even though he'd feel a little bit unlucky, maybe pushed the boat out a tiny bit there. But I mean, you still got to take it. My position was good in that last frame. I was in absolute pinpoint position the whole way through, and it kind of made it unmissable throughout the break.
In terms of being unmissable, we were talking about sort of players having B, C and D games, and if you can win with those games, then you're in a very strong position. Do you take confidence from the fact that even if you're not playing at your best, Alan mentioned about getting down and dirty, if you like, that you are still getting across the line?
Yeah, I think earlier on in my career I wouldn't have enjoyed that, and maybe I'd have even lost it. I'd have just been disappointed I wasn't playing well, and I'd have been thinking about next year. But I love this event so much. I love just the fact that you win that first game, you got a couple of days off, and you just really feel a part of the tournament. And for me, something kind of clicks after you get that first round out of the way. Quarterfinals is business time. Come and soak up for a couple of days and enjoy myself.
He looks extremely chilled for someone who's just won 6-5 on the track, doesn't he? Have a word with him, will you?
Part of the reason I imagine you're chilled is because Al gave us a stat about your deciding frame results. It's amazing, Al.
Well, you're now 8-1 for the season to the good, so that's good strike rate, isn't it?
Wow. That's good. Yeah.
Have you always had that bottle? Because that is 9 deciding frames and you've won 8 of them.
For me, I feel like it goes in spells. I think if you get a couple early on in the season, it relaxes you. And I kind of, when I'm out there clearing up today, I don't know. I did feel relaxed clearing up. I felt like I was going to clear up immediately when I come to the table. There's sometimes you're kind of dreading it a little bit, thinking, oh no, what's going to happen here? Please don't bottle it. But that was one where I was in control of myself, in control of kind of the body, the position, and everything went well.
Whatever you're doing, Judd, it is absolutely working. The Jack-Judd combo, it is a brother's... I don't even know how you describe it, but you're knocking everyone out, it seems. But the snooker is going to be continuing behind the scenes as well as on the table. Up next, in terms of the snooker this evening, we can look forward to Barry Hawkins and Neal Robertson. They'll be doing battle. How much Neal Robertson would love to turn his season around. And as for Barry Hawkins, Mr. Consistent when it comes to Triple Crowns. Bet against this man, going deep in the tournament at your peril. Another thing just to quickly remind you of is what we call No Filter. That'll be kicking off straight after this show. It's all about the behind the scenes of Ronnie O'Sullivan and Ding Junhui, reminding ourselves of that 147 and ultimately giving you the proper fan access, where it's access all areas. As for us, we're going to be back very, very shortly to watch that match. And as for Judd Trump, no doubt he's going to get his phone out and watch the Eurosport YouTube channel, or indeed continue watching on Eurosport, because it's all about No Filter. See you very soon.